Hello, it's stream number 303, and I must say, Nui, well played. Well played. Hello. So, just getting the stream started. Starting the view timer. All right. Well played, as in you said, hello, I enjoy watching 0303 MORPG World Building Tools. And you did it like right before the stream started so that it would show up in the overlay right when I started. So, well played. Well done. Maybe that wasn't your intent, but I thought it was very clever. A clever way to get to be the first. So, let me set up the stream today. What do I mean by world building tools? Well, right now, let's say I wanted to modify these slimes, right? Well, it's really hard for me to do that because I have to first figure out what NPC class they're in. So I have to go to NPC and I have to say, oh, they're in class 9856. And I added a little bit of shortcut here where I can do fetch NPC classes and I can get that number directly. But in here, it's like, well, I have to manually update these things if I want to change certain things. Like, what's their hit point range? How many can you have? What's their name? What's their loot table, right? What's their spawn range? What's their wander range? What kind of weapon do they have? So these kinds of things are right now very manual, and they would be tedious if I have to manage this for, like, as I'm building content. Or even worse, if I were to outsource the building of world content to someone else, this would be atrocious. So what I'd like to do is add more controls for the GM to more easily manipulate the world. You thought that I was a bot? No, we know you're not a bot, Nui. Although if it was a brand new account, I might be curious to see if it was a bot or not. But usually they only chat. So you broke a few things. So you said it before I started the stream. A bot would wait until I'm streaming to do it, right? And then second, you used an account that we know is not a bot. So if you really wanted to fool me, it would be wait till I start streaming, and then come in with a new account. And then it would probably force me to turn on Bouncer's auto kick thing. I don't want to have to do that. We don't want to kick your account. Let's see, what else do I want to do? Some little things like right now, I have no way to select the GM's avatar. I have to actually manually type in the tile set and tile. And there was some kind of bug related to that, right? Let's see if I can reproduce it. The bug was where if I find the tool set, the tile set ID, so like 1147 tile 10, right? 1147 tile 10. It shows that instead of showing the right thing until I hit update again. So there's some kind of bug there. Other random things like just things that come out when you try to edit the world. So right now, if I want to like draw in the terrain area, I have to actually go to the tile sets and I have to pick out, oh, where's the mountains tile? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Well, what about other things like decorations, like bridges? I have to keep flipping back between these two tile sets if I want to change things. So I had it in mind to allow the GM to construct a sort of palette where I can pick and choose tiles and place them in the palette, and then and have maybe in this screen here, or maybe another tab completely, we would have the current drawing palette and have similar like depth selection. I don't know. I have to kind of figure this out as I go. Actually, the palette is something I know I want. So develop GM tile palette. And the other thing I wanted to do was fix bug in setting GM avatar. Also want to make it more convenient to pick a GM avatar. The other thing that's been kind of annoying me is if I go to another zone here and I just go up to a random thing, and let's say I lose connection to the server, I hit refresh or something, it places me back in the origin point of the game, which is sort of annoying. So I had it in mind to add a persistent GM state, probably locally to my client, like in local storage. So that when the GM connects, instead of going to the default world starting position, maybe we could go to the last place the GM was on this client. and other things like see the avatar has been reset. So it would be nice if I could persist some of that stuff. And I'm sure I'm going to come up with more things to do. That's probably a good enough amount of things to start with. So if you, let's see. Okay, everybody, according to my stream helper, no one is here that's new, except for maybe a bot. I'm going to say, well, it's hard to say. If someone's been in the chat room and it's been there for like a day, almost 2 days, and has never chatted, is it a bot? Probably. Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you doing? Actually, I forgot. No, I did wave to Nui. You're the second, Pro Sam. The second wave of the day. Okay, well, just in case I can't see if you're here or not, you might be anonymous. Here is a link to a roughly 2-minute long video on YouTube that gives a introduction to my stream. Hey there, Cthulhu. And what I'm working on is this multiplayer online game called Omnia Reigna. And there's more information in my public notebook. And I'm going to be working today on enhancing the tools that I use, that I plan to use to actually do content generation, content development. Hey there, iGrok. Look at that nice right-facing cactus, the correct-facing cactus. So, world-building tools. Right now, they're pretty pathetic. I can move around in the world, but then I have to flip over to this tab if I want to look at different entities. And then if I'm looking at a complex entity like a monster, I have to I have this raw view of their parameters. It kind of sucks. And the tile, if I want to paint in the world, I got to go to the tile sets, pick a tile set, pick a tile, and then start drawing like that. And if I want a tile from a different tile set, I got to find where it is. So let's say I want a tree. There's a tree. And oops, you know, I want to go back to background tiles. Okay, there we go. So it's kind of clumsy. I want to build sort of a palette that I'll be using to draw the world to make it a little bit more convenient. That's one of the first things I want to do. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Interesting. There's a new version of the chat client I use for Twitch, and it's got some interesting new features that I just noticed. All right. I'm using Yata, by the way, written by Hideo, who is a moderator in Adam's channel, and he pushed out a new version. It's got some interesting new features that I don't know too much about. I just noticed that they're there. Okay. Another thing that kind of bugs me is the layout here where I have to scroll the tile sets and there's a whole bunch of empty space at the bottom. That kind of annoys me. So maybe a more equitable spread of space between these two, or maybe I learn how to learn more CSS or something. Another thing that's been bugging me is if I say go to George here, there is no quick way to get to his dialogue other than to find it again here. And actually, it's called Bob. It should be George. Save. It would be nice if I could, from an entity, have like edit dialogue, and it would jump me to that entity's dialogue. It seems to work for you again. It actually loads up in my chat. Oh, nice. Yeah, feel free to use it, Rally Monkey. How would I know that you featured something? I guess I'd have to look at my own OBS overlay. Yeah. I guess I can do that. Well, I just don't feel like bringing up featured chat on my laptop today. I mean my tablet. So I have to notice some other way that something's being featured. Oh, I'm just being lazy. Let me bring it out. Hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna get my tablet out. Hey there, Toulouse. And I haven't logged into this thing in forever. And I thought I had it pinned. Is this it? No, that's Twitch. It's taking forever to load. Yeah, I don't want that. Where did I pin it? I thought I pinned... Oh, here it is. Found it. Featured chat. And didn't work. Log in. Oh, thank you for that follow. I don't know who that was. I'm just logging into featured chat on my tablet so I can more easily see when someone features it. And we'll demonstrate what I'm talking about in a second. Yep, it's working again. So let's say, I have it in front of me now. Let's say someone says something that I want to address, like, I don't know. How about we pick... Oh, it was you? Oh, the Haiku? Haiku Shane? I'm just picking something at random. How about this message, right? I can put it on the overlay over to the left there. This is called featured.chat. It's a tool for my moderators and I, and a few other people that are VIPs that are willing to do it, to take a comment from chat and kind of feature it on the overlay, and then it could be the context of a discussion I have if someone asks me a question, and then I can clear it with a tap on my laptop. So if I see now if a moderator on my channel puts something on the deck, I can touch it, and it will go over to the left there. So we'll try that again today since it seems to be working again. All right, so let me get the show on the road. I want to fix the bug in setting the GM avatar. So actually, I'm going to actually take that text directly and put it into the current task. I'll demonstrate the bug first. So see how I'm represented in my game world here as this axe-wielding maniac with the golden helmet with the title GM above. So right now I have to manually type in the tile set and tile IDs to change how I look in the game. So we'll get to fixing that later. But even when I do that, it doesn't quite work. So if I wanted to look like a tiger, that's in tile set 1147 tile number 10, right? So I'd go here and type 1147 tile set 10 and hit update. And oops, that's the bug. It should not display this is the missing asset tile, right? So we don't want to show that. If I hit update a second time, it fixes it. So now I'm a ravenous tiger. So I need to figure out what the origin of that bug is and then try to fix that. All right. Hopefully this is not too big of a deal. I'm guessing that the bug is somewhere in the stage.js, which is a middleware in my game, which is drawing the stage. I've been calling this thing the stage, like our world viewpoint. And it's probably something that I can get an idea what's going on if I look at the console. And I think that is not related to it. There's something else here, right? Texture frame missing 10. There's no other warnings though. Interesting. I think I know what's causing that. Usually when there's a texture frame missing, there's a tile set dash and then a tile ID. This one's missing the tile set. I think what's happening is it's setting the tile first and then the tile set, and not both at the same time. Let me verify that. If I remove that and put that back to 1, now if I go to 10, update, but that's still a 0, right? Looks like I have to be, let's refresh. Let's turn it on and set it to 10 first. Okay, that did something different. Huh, okay, so maybe I don't understand quite what's going on. So let me, let's pull up the network. Okay, and Redux. Okay, so I don't need to pull them up, they're already there. Let's actually reproduce the bug and look at what's going on in Redux and in the network tab. Hey there, TS Jost and Resubaka. And it didn't say hi to Haiku Shane. You weren't sure why you weren't following me before? Tile set 0 might be a special case. Yeah, tile sets. It's actually obsolete, deprecated code that's at play here. If the tile set is blank, it pulls from a backwards compatible avatar or tile set, which we can't even see. I should update it to actually pick a real tile set, like tile set 48 is the new one with the avatars in it. So there's a default one which uses avatars.png but doesn't have a tile set ID. That might be including the bug. That might be what's causing the bug to happen. And that's true. Then just by removing the obsolete tile set, we could probably fix it. Yeah. So it was 1147 tile set 10 update. Oh, I needed to click that one on first. That was key, right? Turn it on, then do 1147 tile set 10 update. Okay, so let me go here and pause Redux. Let me see what's going on here. Hey, there's Slickver. Slick version 1. These reflect particles, or whenever these test particles launch, we get one of those messages. Stage avatar. I think this is where I was typing in the numbers. Yeah, as I'm typing in those boxes, it's updating. So I typed 1147. Oops. And then I went over to the other box and I clicked 0, and then I hit send at some point, right? Update avatar. Here we go. So that switched avatar to new. It switched them from strings to integers, and then updated the avatar from tile set was missing, so now it has 1147, and ID went from 1 to 10. And then we sent this message to the game. ECS action, modify component, the tile for 34640, component, set the name to GM, set the tile set to 1147, set the ID to 10. And then we receive back a message saying that there's a sprite update, and it says update this sprite at this depth. Here's the name, here's the tile, and the tile set. You know what's interesting is that they're strings and not numbers. When we sent it to the game, did we send it as strings? Ooh. That's a problem. They need to be numbers. I wonder if that's it. The problem could be that they are strings and not numbers. So we do a reflect sprites update. Has the same information in there. That might be it. It might be that they're strings and not numbers. So now let me unpause and then actually hit update again and see what it does. And then pause. Update avatar. And then they have numbers in them, so we're sending to the game another ECS action, modify component, and their numbers. Okay, that's it. They were strings and not numbers. Okay. Oopsie. So then we'll receive a message back, and this should have their numbers instead of strings. Okay. Interesting that it only had a problem when okay, let me try this again, but instead of changing both of this, let's just change the tile only. This is recording, right? So change that to a 2 update. See, that worked. It shouldn't have worked, I would think. Pause recording. Let's see what it did. Stage this change, so it's a 2 update, and then remove that. I wish it would remember where I was. It's in here somewhere, probably near the bottom. There it is. There's something therapeutic for you in watching me discover and fix a bug. Get the satisfaction of seeing it fixed without doing any work. Cool, Raleigh Monkey. I get the satisfaction by fixing the bug, and also a bit showing people. I don't mind demonstrating how dumb I am sometimes. I think that's therapeutic to make sure my ego doesn't get too big. I'm sort of showing the whole world potentially how I make mistakes and how I could probably be better. Especially with the 10,000. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry. Wait a minute. Don't you owe me that? So it's a string, but how does it still work? I wonder if it's just the tile set lookup that is sensitive to it being a string or a number. Maybe the tile number can be a string. For that, I think I'm going to have to set a breakpoint. So in Reflect Sprites Update, we'll have to take a look at that. Actually, I can just search it here. On Reflect Sprite Update. Actually, that just goes to on Reflect Sprite Updated now. Okay, so there's the ID and there's the tile set. What's interesting, okay, let me put a debugger here. Because what's interesting is it's looking in a map and asking if it has the ID. But the tile should only have numbers, and if it looks up a string and actually passes, that's interesting. Let me, oh, wait. No, that's the ID of the sprite. That's saying if we don't know about the sprite, just return. So that's not it. Never mind. It does the health bar, does the direction of the tile, the label. Okay, what point does it actually change the tile? Did I miss that? Oh, right here. It's not gone, so call set sprite texture. Tileset is tileset, and here's the backwards compatible stuff. Is a special tileset called avatars. And then this OR1 is also backwards compatible. If there's no tile, then just default to the first tile. Okay, so if tileset is a string, it probably fails to find it in the tileset cache. Right? And so, yeah, that's why it wouldn't work. But if it's a number or the default avatars, it will find it. Okay, so it must be phaser, must be this set textures in phaser. It must not care if this is a number or a string, but then this is sensitive to be number only. Okay, I think I see how it works or doesn't work. Tileset needs to be a number, but the first time we set it, it's not a number, and so it will not find the graphics for it. So the bug is really in how we stage that avatar. So that would be in the reducer for admin. Just occurred to me, I have a tablet and a phone in front of me, and I only have one charger. I can only charge one thing at a time. Where's... Oh, did I put it into camera reducer? Yes. Okay, so, stage avatar should be here. Are these out of order? No, they're in order. Here's stage avatar. Okay, so, that's as we're typing it, and then when we submit it, what is that? Update avatar, right? Ah, wait a minute. Shouldn't that parse it? Wait a minute, why is that not working then? Hold on, let me repeat this again. Show me that window and then repeat. And 1147 toss at 10, go. And then pause. Update avatar. Send to game what? Oh, it turned it back into strings? Because they were numbers here. Oh, no, it wasn't. Wait a minute. Oh, I think I know what it is. The reducer converts it to a string, but then this side effect is sending to the game. So it's update avatar. there's a side effect in the middleware that's not using what's in the reducer, it's using the action itself. So let's just look for that. Update avatar. When I first was building my game, I would fall into this trap of having the middleware pick directly from the action. But I learned it's really better to let the reducer do its thing and then pull the data from the state instead of from the action. So this is probably this code is really old, and it probably explains why it's buggy. Yeah, see, it's pulling the avatar from the action. I don't want to do that. We don't want the action at all. It's pulling from the state for other things, but it's this avatar that I don't want to. I want to pull that from the state. So get state admin camera avatar. That should fix it. The first reload takes a while. So I turn it on. 1147 tile 10 update. Fixed. Hey there, I play poker badly. I just fixed a bug. One bug down. 160 more bugs to go. You pulling over other things from the action that you do in fact want to pull? No. I've realized that it's a mistake because the reducer in almost every case, how do I go back to show that? In almost every case, the reducer is taking stuff from the action and then properly doing the processing on it, like parsing it to be an integer. So this should be the only place where we do that. If the reducer is doing it anyway, we let the reducer be the one agent that's its responsibility. So it's single responsibility principle. The reducer is the only one responsible for converting the action into state changes, right? So we don't want the middleware to also be converting the action into other things. So it's just better in my case that I found, trial and error, and it might not be true for everyone, and this might still not be perfect, but I've learned that I let the reducers turn the action into the new state, and then let the middleware, after the reducers are done, pull what they need from the new state, rather than trying to redundantly parse the action. Should you pass the Redux of 10 with parsing? I think it defaults, yeah. I think you're right. So like, for example, if I were to go in here and type OX10, I think it would pick tile 16, right? Or I might do 08 and that would pick tile 10. Because it's, oh no. Does it not do octal? Does it do binary? 101? No. So it's just hexadecimal? I don't mind that. It's kind of smart. Does doing that also increase efficiency? No, it just makes it, it's just a matter of maintenance, and the single responsibility is more for keeping it cleaner and more maintainable. I guess I can look it up. It's the SRP. And no, it's not that SRP. Single responsibility principle. Here we go. Here we go. Let's just look at the Wikipedia article. Every module, class, or function should have responsibility over a single part of the functionality provided by the software. And that responsibility should be entirely encapsulated by that class. So it's a very, very broad concept, and I'm kind of taking it and applying it to a very narrow case where when they say entirely encapsulated, basically they say that that class, module, or function should be the only thing that is dealing with whatever it is. So I chose that the task of parsing these two fields from a string to an integer should be entirely encapsulated within this case. So there should be nowhere elsewhere in the code where I do this parse int. And then that's in the spirit of the single responsibility principle. So it's not that it's more efficient, because I could also parse int somewhere else or in both places, but it's more maintainable and clean, because if I choose later to, let's say instead of it being an ID, it's something else, or maybe instead of parsing it to an integer, I keep it as a string, I'd only have to change one place in the code and not two. So the stage middleware, no, the admin middleware doesn't need to care how we turned the action into these various state. It just says, okay, however it's done, once it's done, my job My responsibility is to send the request to the game to actually modify the GM's avatar. So in a similar fashion, like constructing this action to change the tile for the GM camera, it'll only be in one place in my code, and it's in this middleware, because this middleware, this function, is responsible for doing this, and it's the sole responsible. So I'm kind of twisting the original intent of SRP, but it's in the spirit of the SRP. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, you get different results. Too many things. SRP stands for too many things. All right, so I fixed that bug. Let me check that in. So this is a rather not got Git. You got Git? I got Git. So we're no longer pulling the avatar from the action. We're pulling it from the state, which the reducer's responsibility is to take the action and put it into the state. So fix bug in. Did I put this into GitHub? I might have. GitHub issues. In poker, it's a single raised pot. I see. That makes sense that you would know that. Was it this one? No. This one. Right, so I'm in the habit of doing it this way. 249, this, and then I'll repeat that, because this is a subject line. Always think of a git commit as the first line is the subject line. There's always a blank second line, and then all the lines follow are the body of the email. So if you're going to send an email to someone about that you fixed bug 249, you probably say the subject for the email would be, I fixed issue 249, and the body would be, I try to follow this principle of not assume that the person had actually read the subject line, but just begin by repeating, perhaps in the same words or perhaps more words, the subject in a way that makes sense. Fix issue 249, which happens to be this. And we try to keep the subject line 60 characters or less, I believe. You'd also have the ticket title in the subject line since it gives context. But it would be too long. That's the problem. I need to get it under 60 characters. Another way of fixing it would be that I stick to short titles in my tickets. Is it 70? I don't know. There's like, it's not a hard requirement. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I could do this if I wanted, and it's perfectly fine to the tools. It would just, maybe some GUIs would have trouble with it, because this is a convention that we have subject, empty line, body. All right, so I'll explain what I did wrong here. The middleware was taking the avatar state directly from the action rather than letting the reducer do its job. So it's basically doing a little bit of what the reducer should have been doing, and intruding on his job. Stop that, middleware. Stop it. So we can mark this one as awaiting release. Actually, you know what I should have done while I was authoring that? I should be taking this explanation and putting it in the GitHub as well. Where did it go just now? What did I just do? I hit paste when I wasn't in that box. Hopefully I didn't do anything bad. Comment. I don't think I did anything bad. All right. First several words might be enough clue. You don't have to include the complete title or just... Well, I haven't pushed it yet, so I can fix this. I can fix it. So you're saying maybe, like a very short version of that? Okay, I'll give you a point for that. let's say updating GM avatar. Or GM avatar. Updating GM avatar. There we go. We'll call it that. Okay, next thing I wanted to work on was what? What does my plan say? Make it more convenient to pick a GM avatar. Okay. So, let's put that in the current task. Do I have a file and it's not saved? Wait, what happened here? Eh? Did I not save that? It says it's up to date. Okay, never mind. Must have misclicked or something. Alright, so make it more convenient to pick GM avatar. Well, yeah, it's you guys were helping me get that into a habit of doing that, right? it's how you form good habits. You just repeatedly do things and you get corrections until you just naturally do it. For me, though, my habits don't stick very well, so I'll probably slide back into forgetting. Okay, so I already have this mechanism I want in a different part of the game. When you have picked a tile, and I look like a nice little orc, look at that. If I pick a tile for like this lava, for example, in the entity editor, and if I look at this tile component, I have this button here marked select, and that brings up this nice little modal, what I call it, a modal, where I could pick whatever I want. So I can make it look like the axe guy, and look, it now looks like the axe guy. Or I can go back and put it back to lava. So it would be nice if what I pop up there, I could also pop up here. And maybe even just get rid of, maybe just replace these two. How about we replace tile set and tile with a box that says select. That sounds good to me. So let's find that box, select. Here. On edit tile. Show modal tile select. Okay, it's more than that though, right? Oh, is this implying, does this imply that it selects the, let's look and see what the modal tile select does. Modals. Tile select modal. Okay, there's a tile component. Where do we get that from? Aha. So it has to be the selected entity. So I'm going to need to refactor this because I want to reuse this modal for something that isn't an entity. So really what I want to do is have another action to set the tile to be edited. Would you rather walk on a tile of lava or a tile of axe-wielding maniacs? Choices, choices. Actually, and that makes me think that if this is an axe-wielding maniac, instead of a spark particle, there'd be a rotating axe particle, wouldn't there? From the Gauntlet, Iron Glove prototype game that I made. Do I still have a link for the prototype? I do. I have a demo of the prototype in that highlight message. There was like a way, the test particle we used was an axe that rotated, and that's we could totally do that, Riley Monkey. You're gonna have nightmares now of axe wielding maniacs that you have to cross over. Anyway, this code right here is geared to assume that the tile we're editing is from the entities list, and I don't want that. I wanted to pick the tile component from, I guess we'll just put it into Redux state. The problem would be, what does update tile do? We could have, I've done this before, where we can have the action to do put into the Redux store, and then this would just dispatch it. So if this is the action, then Okay, that component. So we need to build that component somewhere else. Yeah, so this building of the component should be done inside of that other action. So we should have something like a factory that can take the tile set and tile ID and yield the correct action. I never did go back and look to see if this is the right thing, but I had the concept of a factory or function, placing a function into Redux store. It works, but I don't know if it's technically legal. Actually, I guess I could look it up. Can you store a function in Redux store? That's what I should look up. Can you store a function in Redux? Should I store function references in the Redux store? Let's see what the answer is. No, you should not store function references in the Redux store. But what's the reason why? They are not serializable. Why would they need to be serializable? As you mentioned, state should be serializable at all time. Why? It's not saying why. It's just saying that they are not serializable. Okay, why does it need to be serializable? The store must be serializable at all times. Why? I mean, I've been doing it and it's worked fine for me. So maybe I should be fixing that. Even though it works, maybe I'm just getting lucky. The Redux way is via enhancers. So I don't even know what an enhancer is. And the page was not found. Nice. Probably because it has a .org. No? I guess they just reorganized their documentation. Pass the reference in your action. So let's see what they do here. Probably no one can read this but me. Let me make it bigger. Ref. Yeah, but here we're taking a function and we're putting it into the action. This is what they said not to do. I don't get it. Oh, wait. It's because the reducer doesn't pick it out. The middleware takes it. I see. The issue is mostly for the web because Redux state being serialized into the backstack is important to allow a single page app to have back forward working. Oh, so I'm able to get away with it because I don't actually use that part of Redux that uses the serialization? Interesting. I'll give you a point for that. And welcome, Ekton. Hi. So maybe I don't need to worry about it. Let me find the place in the code where I've been doing this. I've been calling it I've been calling it factory in the JS. Action factory, that's what it was. Set script editor parameters, and one of them was action factory. And this is a function. So this action factory is put into the Redux store. It's a function. And later we use it where? Let me find out where it's used. I'm not seeing it. There, we're setting it there, we're setting it there, and there, and there. Where am I using it, though? Huh. I'm setting it everywhere, but never using it? Did I search wrong? No? Is it not just JS? Do I have something ignored here? No? Okay, it's used with this set reflected entities action, so maybe that's what I should be looking for. Okay, oh, was that showing up and I just didn't see it? Yeah, okay, my eyes were just bad. It's renamed reflected action, and then that is probably called later. Yeah, so here's where it gets called. So that being a function that's being stored in the Redux state, we pull it out and we actually call it to generate the next action to dispatch. So I'm able to get away with that, I suppose, because I'm not ever serializing. So if I serialized the state and then deserialized it, this would no longer be a function and this would break, I'm guessing. Well, you're more of an expert than I am, Acton. I think you're right, though. So how would I do this without making it a function? Let me see if they have a... They talk about... They still have a function here, but they don't put it in the reducer. Instead, they have something called an enhancer, which I don't quite understand. MyRef store. Oh, are they just like attaching more data to the store? Okay. That's kind of what I do in my stage middleware. I enhance the Redux store by having this stage data, which is completely within this middleware, and then I just pass it around with every action right there, which you can't see because my ugly face is blocking it. Right there. So whenever I handle something in this middleware, in addition to dispatch, get state, and the action, there's also these three. I think what we're doing is we're enhancing the state by adding these three things to it, and one of them is this stage thing, which has a bunch of variables in it. So that's essentially what they're doing, right? That this middleware has access to this MyRef store extra thing. They don't actually show how it's used, though. They assign it, but this is a bad example. I hate examples like this where they assign a variable and they never actually use it anywhere. They should show like how it's actually used. You keep them in one place, MyRef store. Okay, so maybe I need to read the more formal documentation on enhancers. What is this solution? There's only one vote. Maybe not worth reading. Keep the map. Keep them. Okay, this is specific to their problem, which I don't really want to read. Let's look up Redux enhancer. Sure, we'll look at here. The store enhancer. Oh, it's part of Create Store? Third-party capabilities such as... Oh, okay. We're already doing that. Middleware. So if I look at my index.js, I'm already doing that, right? Oh, I'm being raided by the Alt F4 stream. Ah! Raiders! Defend the frontier. And I'll wait until any potential ad is over before I say anything. Hey there, Opti. I don't know, how long do Twitch ads usually run? Like 30 seconds? I'll wait 30 seconds and then I'll welcome the raiders. In the meantime, hey there, Sasha's Cam. I'm gonna be looking at to enhance my knowledge about enhancers in Redux. Okay, the ads are probably done. I know there shouldn't be, but there sometimes are. Hey there, raiders. I have a 2-minute long video that gives you an intro to my stream if you've never seen it before. Otherwise, here's another link to the game I'm building. This is what the test environment looks like right here. So I'm a little orc right now because I'm testing changing the GM's avatar. And this is how the GM sees the game. Here's how a normal user would see the game. You can't see through walls as a normal player, but as the GM, I could see everything. So I'm working today on my game. My game is a custom game engine running in Amazon Cloud, and we connect to it through WebSockets. We play the game through the web browser. So the back end of the game running on Amazon, C++ and Lua. It's mostly custom. I use a few libraries, but otherwise, since I enjoy writing stuff from scratch, it's mostly handwritten. And which is why the engine is still... oh, I'm being subscribed to? Delta 4? 3 months. 3 whole months. That's a quarter of a year. Thank you for that. Appreciate the support. And thank you, Opti. So, the what was I saying? That I like to write stuff from scratch, so my game engine is still under development, so there's not a whole lot of game content, but you're welcome to play. The test environment in the world looks kind of like the test environment. The levels in the world look like the levels in the test environment, only different. They're mostly for showcasing and testing aspects of the engine, as I'm still developing the engine. So you'll see me on stream. Usually these days I'm either fixing bugs or adding new features to the engine to try to get it to a minimum viable product, so to speak. So minimum feature set in the engine that allow me to start developing content that will let people play the game, and then we can try out and see if the testers, the first players of the game, like it, don't like it, and then figure out where we need to go from there. So today I'm working on adding tools to the front end that I use as the game master to modify the game. So right now they're pretty crude. I can add new areas of the world like this. I have to go to the backgrounds, and I can add a passage here, and then maybe add some walls around it like that. And I can remove tiles, and then I can open up that area of the world like that. And then a normal player in the game would be walking along and say, oh, here's a passage I haven't seen before. Where does it go? Right? And then if I was a cruel game master, I could see the player going up there and say, wahaha, lock him in place and remove the passageways. See how you get out of this one, GM. Oh, that's interesting. I have a tile there I can't remove. What's going on there? Ooh, that's a display bug. Watch this. I'll go leave the message, leave it and come back, and it's not there anymore. That's interesting. Some kind of race. But anyway, yeah, a normal player would be like, oh, crap, how do I get out of this one? And they won't be able to walk through walls. Only I can do that. But so the tools I use to edit the world are pretty crude right now. I don't have any sort of palette, so by the end of the day, I hope to have that. Right now, the only way I can select what I'm going to draw is to find the tile set that it's in. So like, oh, this tile set has trees. So I can add a tree. Yay. And if I'm like, I forget what tile set had the ground tile in it, I have to search through. Oh, okay, it's not items, it's not particles, it's not MPs. Oh, there we are, the background. So now I can draw background tiles again, right? So I want to have a feature where I can pick tiles out of my tile sets and put them into some kind of palette where, like, if I'm drawing this area of the world, I might want the mountain tile, the ground tile, the water tile, maybe the lava, a few other things, and then have that all in one place so that I can easily pick which tile I'm drawing with and, you know, basically have a more fun time actually drawing things. And I need to... how come this isn't working? Oh, because I set the depth to 1. Yeah. The tiles can have multiple depths. Oh, there's the display bug again. It's an interesting one. It's like not erasing the tile when it should. Interesting. This will be used in D&D scenario? Exactly. So this is for role-playing games. So you can imagine that you are a character. You might party with other players of the game to go through a dungeon and be fighting monsters, finding secrets, maybe finding some keys to open up locked doors or chests, and maybe unraveling a mystery. So, for example, there won't be just monsters, but there'll be non-player characters like George here. And he happens to be wandering around the test area. If I were to log in, let me do this in another window. I'll log in as a normal user. I can't do this as the admin right now, which is another problem. I need to add this as a feature too. If I want to test talking to George, I actually have to log in as a normal user to do it. So let me do that in the off-screen window here, because here I am in the test world. And let me find where George was. He was down and around here. Oh, another display bug. I should not be an axe-wielding maniac. I should be a wizard. Okay, there's George, right? I can talk to him, and he says, move along, peasant. You know, he's sort of grumpy guy, right? Okay, the fact that he moved on top of me is another bug. They should not move when you're talking to them. Don't move when I'm talking to you, George. Anyway, just like the old games like Ultima, you'll always be able to say name and job and then get something out of these NPCs. And then what they say back gives you a clue about what else you can ask them about. See how he said the word guard twice? That's a hint. We can ask him about guard. Yes, that's my job. I make you peasants stay in line. You notice how he said peasant more than once? Peasant. You're a peasant, aren't you? No. Then what are you then? And here's a case where maybe you have to know how to respond in the moment. And if you don't know, he's like, whatever. And if, let's say you talk to Jill, and Jill says, go to George and say that you are the GM. You're a peasant, aren't you? No. What are you then? GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting to pay George. Anyway, there will be a lot of text-based content, like in the old games that I've inspired by, like Ultima. It's not all about the cool graphics, this exceptional, AAA level art, but there'll be a lot of text-based story content. So you'll be going around talking to one NPC. He'll say, go collect this item and bring it to this other guy, and then when you bring it, ask him about gems. And then it'll be this whole chain of text interaction with different NPCs and doing what they ask and figuring out puzzles. You could think of not just these dialogues will not just be involving NPCs. There might be an area of the dungeon which interacts with you by saying, like, you've reached an impasse, you can't go forward or back. What do you decide to do? And then it'd be like, it's almost like you would have in Dungeons and Dragons, where it's not just simply moving left and right and swinging your sword. Occasionally you'll be faced with, well, you have to think, what should I do here? And you might be given multiple choices. You might have to pick yes or no. So that's the kind of game I'm aiming for. If you've never played Ultima, then I'm sorry, but I base a lot of my inspiration off of those old games. They were like 20 some years ago. So it's a retro style. Let's see, did I miss anything else in chat? Yeah, D&D scenario. Yep. That guard makes enough money to not be a peasant himself. Yeah, but he right now, his script is sort of broken, and he will attack those. Where did he go? There he is. He's got some logic in him. When he gets too far away from his home, see how he's now wandering back? If I pluck him up and place him over here, if he gets too close to these slimes, he goes around the corner and thwacks them. There he goes. And sometimes those slimes drop money, and George does not know how to pick up the money. But players do. So there are a few more things in the game, like for the New Year's, I added a firework animation and all that, but there is still a lot of missing pieces, and the biggest thing for me right now that gets in my way is that my own tools are not sophisticated enough to allow me to define to write the world like a story quickly enough. I get too it takes too many clicks and too many there's too many different screens that I have to go through to actually build the story. So I'm working today and possibly the rest of the week on enhancing the tools that I have at my disposal so that I can more quickly and easily define content in my game. Where's the bribe guard command? Oh yeah, you bribe the guard and he like opens the door for you or something, and then he like turns a blind eye for 5 moves to give you a chance to go through the door. We can totally do that kind of stuff. So the game has a built-in dialogue system, so when you're talking to George, like I was showing before, you're in the conversation state. Here are all the things that you can ask him for. And I didn't do all of these. I think I did most of them. I did like, there's always name, and then there's job. And I did guard. And guard gave us another hint that said ask about peasant, right? And peasant goes into a new state called the peasant state, where you either say yes or no. And if you said, no, you're not a peasant, it goes to a special who state. And here's where we have the secret key GM. If you say that, he'll say, oh, really, why haven't you paid me yet? So in addition, it's kind of off the screen, isn't it? In addition to actually to have tells, there are also scripts that you can do. So another thing that you can ask George for was for help. Where was help? Or no, let's not do help. Let's do sword. Sword goes into a state where he says, need a weapon? I have a spare sword. Would you like it? And in the sword state, you can say no. He says, suit yourself. If you say yes and you don't have enough room, he says you don't have enough room. And the way it picks which one is it runs a requirement script. Return not has room player. And if you, for has room, it's return has room player. It says, here you go. He hands you a sword, and it runs another script called give sword. So there are scripts in the game. They are written in Lua. So the give sword script is here, and it is create an entity in the game. And then once it's created, run this function, give to the player that entity. That entity is the sword. Here's its name. Here's how much damage and various statistics of how it's used in combat, etc. And then giving it to the player, we have to look at the give script, which is here. The give script says get the player's inventory, which is yet another script. And if he doesn't have an inventory, then we bail out. Otherwise, find a free slot. If he has a free slot, assign that item to the slot. It's important to note that the game scripts don't instantly modify the game. They have to request that the game be modified through this kind of a thing. This modify component delta sends a request to the game to modify this entity, this component of that entity, to make this change to it. So it's not changing the entire player, it's just changing the player's inventory to now include that item that we put in that slot. The reason why you can't modify the game directly is the game actually runs on multiple servers in a cluster. So in order for a change to the game to be made, any change, even George moving one square at a time, each time something in the game changes, the leader of the game, which is running those scripts, sends the request off to all the other servers in the cluster so that they can make a note of it and record it in their logs. And once all servers have recorded the fact that we're going to do this, then it's committed to the cluster, and the leader comes back and says, okay, enough servers, a majority of the servers have replicated that change, let's go do it. And then it actually applies the change and moves on. And that is called a, what is that called? A consistency. It's been too long, but I use this algorithm called RAFT. Consensus algorithm, that's what my bot command says. We use the RAFT consensus algorithm to replicate the state of anything. So when we move or when George moves, it gets replicated throughout the whole cluster to achieve consensus. The reason why we do this is if my game server crashes, let's say server 10 crashed, well, we have servers 11 and 12 running and keeping up with 10, and either one of those can take over running the game. And they only really need to run it long enough for 10 to come back up, and then 10 could take over, or maybe 10 becomes a follower in the cluster, and 11 or 12 becomes a leader for a while. You can read about Raft more at raftgithub.io. I did not come up with that, I just implemented it. And there are like a dozen other implementations out there. I had fun implementing it. Anyway, that's the short explanation of everything I've done in the last year. I have to take a quick break to let my cat in, and maybe he'll be so kind as to jump on the cat tower, and we'll turn on the cat cam. But he's right now meowing outside. I have to go get him. I'll be right back. Just a minute. All right, say hello to Casper. We'll do a little face reveal. He's very majestic. He doesn't mind me holding him up to the camera too much. And if he jumps onto the cat tower, I'll turn on the camera. Casper says hi to you, Opti. In his cat ways, I can tell he's saying hi. All right. Hey there, Pollux. What's up? And Dryasjans, hello. And my today command is old. I need to update that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. And Alt-F4, hello. You also enjoy writing stuff from scratch, which is why you get nothing done? Yeah, that's what I feel like sometimes. We get things done, it's just at a slower pace. But you can think of it this way, Alt-F4. We're learning better than if we just use something that was done for us. That's how I feel about it. Let me fix my today command. Edit com today, and let me take the old command. This, and I'll paste it. I'm not working on improving path finding. I'm working on improving world building tools. And the link was bad before. Oh, the link was just old. The link is this link right here. There we go. Okay. Updated the today command. That's one of the things I usually forget to do. All right. Current task is... Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I want to make it more convenient to pick the GM avatar. So right now I have this really old school way of picking how I look in the game. So I just have to know which entity in the game is the tile set which has the asset I want to show up as. And so if I want to look like a bloodthirsty tiger, I just have to know it's tile 10 in tile set 1147. And if I didn't remember, I have to go to look at my tile sets. Find the tile I want. Oh, it's tile 10, it's tile set 1147, and then go back and type those numbers in. It's not really convenient. I have another way to do this for a different context, like this wall, for example, has this button called select for the tile component, where I can pick something else, like let's make it into water. Now it's water instead of a wall. Let's make it look like a ninja. Now it looks like a ninja. Let's put it back to a wall. So this modal I want to use in the context of the GM avatar, and I'm going to have to refactor it because right now that modal makes an assumption that we're editing the selected entity and not the GM camera, so I need to fix that. Change current task to developing game, then you never have to change it? Yeah, but I want it to be more specific. So people coming into the stream are like, I have no idea what this code does. They can at least see above my head, oh, he's working on making it more convenient to pick a GM. And they might ask, what is a GM? And I'd say Game Master or the admin of the game or whatever. What is an avatar? Well, some people might not know it. It is the little tile or depiction of my character in the game so that as I move around, if other people were in the game, they'd be able to see that. So, for example, in this other window here, it's like, oh, hello, GM. You're standing next to me and you're a tiger. And similarly, I can see Raimu in the game. Those are the avatars. Okay. So, going back to this modal thing, right? The modal was using another action factory to decide what to do after we've selected a new tile. And I was about to make this more generic so that I can make, instead of hard coding which action to do, we actually make a factory of actions, and we would say dispatch, call the factory and dispatch whatever action that was. Because I do a similar thing for this reflected action right here. Set reflected entities action, where we take a factory, which is a function, and store it in the Redux state. And I had, right before we got rated, I was looking this up, and it turns out that this you really shouldn't do if you need your Redux state to be serialized. I don't, so I'm able to get away with that, but I don't really want to get into the bad habit of doing that. So I was looking up the correct way, which Google searches was leading me to believe that it's through this enhancer. In other words, a third-party capability such as a middleware, persistence, etc. And I was looking to see, since I know I use middleware, I wanted to make sure that that's how I'm actually setting up my middleware as an enhancer. I think that's true, but I want to make sure here. Create store, the enhancer is the third argument. Yeah, compose enhancers. Well, actually, why is it put preloaded state in front? How is this actually working then? Is it just smart enough to know that if I have two things in create store, and the second thing is a function, that it is an enhancer? How does it know that it's not preloaded state? You're pretty sure that's how you would do what you're trying to do? Hey there, Pukinator. Yeah, so I am technically, I guess, using an enhancer already for the stage middleware, because I have all these variables that are associated with this drawing up here. For example, tiles is a map of sprites, so that when we're told to change the shape of something, we don't need to update where it is because we store that in this tiles map. And the way I've been doing this is this whole thing is a middleware that defines this in an object, and then we just pass that object along with, let me hide this again. We pass that stage object along with any action to, when we handle these actions in this middleware. So I guess I would be doing the similar thing. So if I want to remove this reflected action from the Redux, then that means unreflected entities needs to be caught by a middleware which remembers the reflected action, right? Actually, reflected action is a bad word. It should really just be this reflected entities action, right? Yeah, I think that's... So let me do this. How is this used right now? Set reflected entities action. Okay, when we edit a script, and this is doing nothing, and this is when we create a camera. After we... Right, when we get a... Right, when we get the temporary entity to represent the GM's camera. So if this didn't work, like if I commented this out, what we would see is we would never see a camera because it creates a camera entity and then just never uses it. It uses it by when we create it and it gets reflected back, we then call create camera components, which does all this wonderful stuff. Got some magic, yeah. It's time to do magic in Redux. Is another word for magic in Redux is middleware. So index.js. I have a lot of middleware. In fact, I have so many I put it in a subdirectory called middleware. Where are you, middleware? Middleware. Here it is. So I have this many different kinds of middleware for different things. For example, the stage middleware is drawing all of the phaser graphics. And then a simpler one might be the tickets middleware. That doesn't look very simple. Where's a simpler one? Maybe notifications? Yeah, the notifications middleware does toasts. So if you have like one of those pop-up messages, this actually does it. Right, because normally in middleware, you have... oh, I should pin this stuff so I can jump quickly. So index.js, right? Normally in middleware, you have these reducers, and reducers turn actions into state. So they're kind of boring, but they're very important. So I will have a reducer, for example, for the chat, right? That when a chat message is received, it's going to take the contents of that chat message, glue it to the end of the previous chat history, and make that the new history. And the splice takes care of the if we get to the maximum length of a chat history, we splice out the oldest messages, and then the new state is composed of the old state with the new history, and it's a pure function, right? So we're always returning a new state from a previous state and any new variables that we construct. We're never mutating the state in any way. So a lot of things that happen in the application can be represented by the state and then these actions and the reducers that produce the new state from the old state plus the action. But other things don't quite fit in that. So, for example, drawing graphics in Phaser doesn't fit in that because Phaser has its own state out independent of Redux. Another example where something that wouldn't fit into the reducer would be the actual connection to the game, which is managed through these WebSockets, right? I have to store those WebSockets somewhere. I have to actually call the new WebSocket somewhere. It's not suitable to put the WebSocket into the Redux state store because it's not serializable, which is the problem I'm into now with these enhancers. So again, I have a middleware to manage these socket connections. So anything outside the store that needs to be involved in actions in Redux is done through middleware, which we can also call magic. Oh, guess who's climbing the cat tower? Hello, Casper. Welcome to your throne. He just snorted. Is the sound he makes. I have a cat who snorts. He's allowed to, I guess, because he's 16 years old. Yeah, Beast Cam, activate. All right. So probably the right thing for me to do would be to search for this set reflected entities action, and instead of reducing this like that, we should have a middleware capture the action factory and then call it later. I think that's the right thing to do here. Yeah, he's 16 years old, so he's a Himalayan, which is a subset of a Persian, and I guess Persian cats and Himalayan cats, they can live like 20 plus years. So he has lost one of his teeth recently, so he's got 3 big teeth left. And he doesn't jump very high anymore. He kind of struggles to get to that cat tower, but he can still do it. But he mostly just like eats and sits and ponders the universe. That's all. Those are the only things he does. And he, of course, in true cat nature, he does not reveal the nature of the universe to anyone except other cats, which he'll occasionally see. And but no humans. Humans aren't allowed to know. If he ever snaps and pounces on you, we viewers will be ready to contact the authorities. He's such a gentle creature. Like you saw me earlier holding him up to the camera. He is so passive. When he lost his 4th tooth, I should say when he lost the first of his 4 big teeth, took him to the vet, and the vet is like, "Wow, he is so chill. Like he did not struggle. He didn't fight. He just like meow, meow, a little bit." And yeah, he's a total like passive cat. He's just trying to find the perfect position right now. There he goes, sitting and pondering the universe. Not even looking towards me, looking the other way. Okay, so I want this not to store the factory in the Redux state. I wanted to put it into an enhancer, which is the correct word for it now, right? So do I already have a middleware for the entities? I have an admin. I do have an admin middleware. So maybe that's the right place to put it is here. So I would put some state here to store in addition to the Redux state. Hey there, Mamba. How are you doing today? Machine learning is a popular thing right now, but I say we start looking into cat learning. That's true. It's very, very difficult to crack into, though, because cats do not reveal their secrets to humans. Not bad? I'm glad. Glad you're not doing bad. Okay, so I don't want to call it reflected action because that's really dumb. I want to call it reflected entities action. So let's do that here. I'll probably have other things, so let's define a structure for it. What do we want to call it? Maybe, what do they call it in the official documentation? Let's try to follow what they do. They have an example here, but their example probably doesn't use an enhancer, does it? Where do they call create store? Yeah, they don't use an enhancer. What's this use Redux thing? Preloaded state? Yeah, we don't have any preloaded state. Do they have an example of an enhancer? Maybe an apply middleware? Lets you wrap the store's dispatch method for fun and profit. It's composable. So do they have an example in here? Make a sandwich? Okay, this is a very, very long example. Where do they actually pull in middleware, though? It's kind of hard for me to see this stuff. A and B? What? Huh. It's weird that they have 2 different words to explain it. They sometimes use middleware, and they sometimes call it a store enhancer. I'm just going to come up with my own name for this thing. Oh, I see. Mamba Dev used to be Teston. It used to be Isley. Okay. Sometimes I don't make that connection when people change their names. All right, so what to name this thing? I don't know. How about we just call it enhancement? Enhancements. Then that gives me a clue about what we're doing. We're enhancing the store, and then what we do is we pass enhancements to everything. And then enhancements, we need to have an initial reflected entities action, which will be null. And then what we'll do is we'll capture this action type in the middleware instead of the reducer. Set reflected entities action. So that goes here. Action types dot. Actually, what am I doing? Just paste. And then my convention is to have on and then the name of the action. And then that is a handler. So near the other handler. And a handler in my middleware will take everything it needs from here. So I need dispatch and I need enhancers, right? And then it's going to do the thing. So the thing would be to store it. So that would be so I don't need dispatch actually. It would be, it's not enhancers, it's enhancements. Enhancements dot reflected entities action. I actually also need the action, don't I? And the action has in it the action factory. So that is that. And then I can do away with this reflected action. So we're going to be replacing reflected action, right? So get rid of that. So we'll change this in a moment. But here we're going to remove it from the reducer, because the reducer is no longer responsible for holding on to that. And then instead the middleware is. So we can't actually dispatch it directly. We'll have to do it indirectly. We have to have the middleware dispatch it. So I will do dispatch actions dispatch reflected entities action. How do we know if it's true or not? Okay, actually, I guess the reducer could hold down to that. Well, no, it really shouldn't. Really, this should be doing all of it, right? So really, it's just that. And this is the body of what I want in the handler up here. Here. Somewhere here. At some point, we'll have this code, but I need to give it a... Hey there, Tim Bodette. How are you and your turtles? And Red Sky 1, how are you? And you got sponged, how are you doing? And the Primogen also? Howdy. I got raided? Oh, from Alta 4. Okay, got it. I'm like, did I miss another raid? Howdy. So, we have some streamers in the house. Primogen, of course. You should check out his channel. He's got pretty much the best set of scenes of any dev streamer I've seen on Twitch. And then there's Tim Bodette, who I like to shout out because he's also writing a game engine in C++ with his own games. And along with his adventure, he's got a cat, a dog, and a bird. So if you're new here, let me just spam this link again. Check out this video. It's less than 2 minutes long. It explains what I'm doing in a general sense. Today I'm working on... the original goal was to improve... Because this is probably broken. Yeah, it's broken right now. But I'm working on improving some of the tools I use as the GM of my game to edit the world content. And one of them was this, picking how I look in the game. Instead of using raw numbers, have it leverage a modal that I made where I can pick graphically what I want to look like. And in the process of doing that, I discovered I wasn't really behaving correctly with Redux. I was putting functions in the Redux store. Don't do that. So the correct thing that is advised is if you have a function you want to store, and instead of putting it in Redux, you add an enhancer, aka middleware, to hold on to it for you, and then invoke it later. So that's what I'm doing right now. The AI pathfinding caches are not working, Tim. I failed. But, you know, we learn best from our failures, so I am still learning from that failure from yesterday. It's in a branch. It's not in master. And I'll keep it there in that branch until I go through my failure and learn from it. But, yeah, I put the pathfinding stuff work on the side and decided I'm going to work on one of the other 160 things I have left to do, and which today I picked was the world building tools. And if you're ever curious, you can always run the today command, and hopefully I keep that up to date. Yeah, not everything gets done the first time or as quickly, right? That's one of the things you learn as a developer is things will be slower than you think, and you will not always get it correct the first or the second or maybe even the third time. But you just have to stay focused, stay positive, and recognize that every time you fail, you're going to learn something. And then try to get the most out of that learning so that when you come back to it the second time, or maybe you lost motivation, and when you get that motivation, you come back to it the second or third time or fourth time, that you get a little bit further along, and maybe you finally succeed, and then you'll feel really good about yourself that you kept trying. Pretty awful keeping your today command to date. I am awful at it too. I did not do it today until I think it was Dryasgens or someone else ran the command. I'm like, oh, shoot, that was the command from yesterday. Yeah, there are like a million things you have to do as a streamer, and I only remember 999,997 of them. There are always 3 things I forget to do, and they're different every day. I was talking to my wife last night about, I need a checklist. Not only do I need a checklist, I need a special checklist program that, like, wipes the slate clean every day and gives me a new set of clean, unchecked checkboxes that I have to manually check through to make sure I don't forget everything, because it's the same things I do every day, but I always forget 2 or 3 of them. You had a checklist once, you never used it. I think the trick to using something is it has to be effective and convenient. And I have not found a combination of those two for a checklist yet. You can make a checklist in OneNote, and I've done that before, like this to-do stuff. These are checklists, right? So, so I could check that once I do it, but I don't find this very convenient. Like if I had let's pretend this is like the 5 things I need to do in a stream. Okay, sure, I did that, maybe I did that, and then that and that. Well, now for the next day, I have to go uncheck them all. Imagine how tedious that would be. If there was just a button that says, okay, new day, and then just wipes the slate clean, and then maybe even walks me through, maybe with some links or something, saying, okay, now go to this app, now run this app, I would then use it. But this doesn't do that, and so it falls short of being convenient, and so I don't use it. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing today? 300, yeah, we have passed stream 300. You want to see the celebration that we did for the stream 300? Actually, I can't do that as the admin of the game, so let me remove that and let me open a new window. And then go to my game in a new window. Here I am in my own game, and looks like there is a player in the game who is, I should check to see who that is. Because if it's someone logged in through Twitch, we can show their name. But if not, I can't. Okay, so they're not logged in through Twitch, so I'm not going to show the name. But they can still play. They just can't chat or have their name show up. But I added this crafty new item. What do you think this item does? Anybody have a guess at what this item does? I added it on New Year's Eve. Anybody have a guess? No? Nobody? I'll wait for the stream delay. Why did you choose a client in the browser, not a desktop app? Clayman's got it. It's a rocket! Whoosh! Boom! I added that for New Year's Eve. 2 different viewers, when I asked, what should I do for the Christmas Eve / stream 300 celebration? They said, make a firework in your game. And it took me about 2 hours, 3 hours, but I made fireworks in my game. Whoosh! Boom! That's you? Okay. Cool. Thank you, Kuzi. Just remember that this is a work in progress, and most of this is just to test the engine. The engine is like not even 3/4 done yet. So, yeah, Tim Bodette has actual fireworks that play in his overlay. I just have fireworks that play in my game. I don't have any sound effects yet. The sound effects in my game are lagging. There's only one sound effect right now, and that is when you get hit or someone hits you. So if I go to this guy, You guys can hear that, right? Or maybe not. I think I have the audio turned off for Firefox, but there is a sound effect for that. It sounds like psh, psh, because I basically beatboxed it. You are dead, yeah. There is a you are dead dialogue, yes. So, yeah, we added, because New Year's Eve coincided with Stream 300, I added fireworks to the game. All right. I don't want to get too sidetracked. I want to go back to work. Ready in your home studio to produce custom sound effects for you with your beatboxing? Oh, thank you, Rally Monkey. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm making an action in my middleware to do the reflected entities action, right? And so that was stored down here, right? It's stored here, and then where do we generate it from? Was that the stage middleware, or was I here for some other reason? I was here for some other reason. Well, so what was it? It was on reflect. Oh shoot! Now I don't even know where it was. I guess I'll just go back until I find it. Back. Oh, here it is. Dispatch reflected entities action. Well, thank you for that follow. I didn't see who that was. Yeah, I gotta try to keep focus. Streaming while working, especially if you're doing stuff that requires thought, it's like walking a tightrope. I am trying to constantly balance my work with interacting with chat, and it's really tough. I have done this for 303 streams so far. I am still not very good at it. If you want to know someone who's really good at it, I think the Primogen is pretty good. Tim is pretty good too. And Adam13531 is awesome at it. Not to be comparing streamers, but I really look up to Adam, and he has like perhaps the best of any streamers balance between work and interacting with chat. And I'm always looking for feedback. You guys feel free to bug me if I'm getting too distracted or not distracted enough. If I'm not distracted enough and I'm not reading your chat, just ping me in chat with an @Rainbow8354. If I'm getting too distracted, feel free to chat, get back to work or something. All right. And I know someone's going to chat that right now. That's fine. I accept that. Yes, thank you, Clayman. Yes, well, I'm not technically a boomer. I'm not old enough to be a boomer, but I'm going to give Clayman a point because he helped me get back to work. Useless internet points. If you're wondering what my point system is for in the real game, if I can show that again, what window was that in? Let's show that really quick. You can't use them yet, but you will collect points in my stream, and you can brag about being in the top 10 points if you wish. Clayman's up there. He's got 36 points. Toulouse is currently the point leader, 182. But eventually when I have game content, because one point of my game is to have that integrated pretty tightly with Twitch, so I'll be generating the game content live. I'll be having in-game events that are tied to the live streaming. Perhaps, you know, in a perfect world, there'll be other people streaming the game, and they'll have special access to streamer-only tools in the game, whatnot. The point system, the points will be something you can redeem in the game for exclusive game items. And right now you can't do that, so we're just collecting the points to be used later. What I should have probably done is let people redeem like 10 points for fireworks. And no more than 10, because I don't want people to lose all their points. But maybe if you have more than 10 points, you could obtain fireworks one time only. But I didn't think of that. Right now, there's nothing to do with the points other than collect them. So if you see people in my stream gain points, it is because we want to eventually let people use them, and it's there to incentivize helping out in the stream. I get a lot of help from people in chat, and I think people enjoy helping, and I want to acknowledge that when it happens. All right, so there's where we dispatch the action. You know, I don't even need to dispatch it. I could just have middleware. This middleware could just do it, right? Wait, what am I even doing? This is the same middleware. I don't need this action. Let's get rid of that action. So why don't we just do it there? Yeah, what am I thinking? We need that. But this little blurb of code, I can just put it in place of where we were about to do a dispatch, right? I can just do that right here. And it's not in state, it's in the enhancements. Enhancements. So the reflected entities action is enhance. Actually, we just removed this, right? It's enhance. Oh, I see what I'm doing. All right, enhancements dot reflected entities action. We don't need to dispatch it. We can, well, actually, we probably should dispatch it back to ourselves. But after doing that, I should just call it. Actually, I should call it right here. In case doing the action queue is another one, we should first get a copy of it. So that would be action equals and then call it, right? That's the factory. I should call that factory, shouldn't I? Yes. And then I would dispatch it. Action, dispatch. Should just give it a name. Reflected entities action. Dispatch it. Let's take this and actually give it a better name. Factory. And then this should also be factory. And that, so let's put the word factory in front. So it's clear what we're doing. We're setting the factory. A factory is a function that produces something. So this should be factory. Now, did I do it everywhere? I probably need to do that in the action list, don't I? Yes, right there. Let's search for that to make sure I hit everything. So search for that. There's where we defined it. There's where we dispatched it. That's one place where we dispatched it. Second place. Third place. These are all Okay, this should be factory in front. And that should be factory. And these two should also have factory. And this should be factory as well. Okay. And then where we actually use it is in onReflected actions. If we have a factory set, then we call it to get the action, and then we dispatch back to ourselves to clear the factory. Yeah, and then we dispatch the action we made from the factory. So this order is important. This dispatch, the side effect of that might be to dispatch that again. So we want to make sure we clear it first, so that we don't, if we did this first, then this would clear it and that would just break it. So if I did that right, then when I reload here, it should work again. Oh, no, it didn't work. Okay, so I have a bug of some kind. Oh, that should have factory in front, shouldn't it? So I missed one. I missed one in admin.js. Yeah, right here. Factory. Let's try again. So Clayman, by the way, whenever I hear the phrase "Okay, Boomer," do you know what I think of? Should probably make a command for this. Hold on, let me find it. New. I don't want to give away the secret of what I think of whenever someone says "Okay, Boomer." So let me find it first and then show you. I should probably make a command for this. Hold on. Let me find it. Okay, I found it. This is what I think of whenever I hear the phrase "Okay, Boomer." Okay, Boomer. And Boomer's like, okay. Because I'm old enough to remember the original Battlestar Galactica TV series, and that was Boomer. So that's what I think of whenever I hear the word "Okay, Boomer." So probably what I should do is find that image and then make Battlestar Wiki clone. Probably won't care if I link to it, right? Let's make a tiny URL link to it and then copy that to the clipboard and then try it out, and then we'll make a new command. All right, so add com boomer that. Boomer. There we go. Now whenever someone says okay boomer, now I have the perfect response tailored for me. Yeah. What I should probably do is just have my bot respond to okay boomer and just print that. You know what I could do? I could make a custom emote that links to that command. I'm surprised no one has told me to get back to work. I use a custom chat overlay called Stream Parrot. That actually gives me the ability to replace phrases with images. I could take that image of Boomer from Battlestar Galactica and make OK Boomer replaced with that. I know, Rally Monkey, but this is important. Let me do that. How long would this take me? Just take that image and save it as a smaller actually, can I just use the original size image? Probably can, right? Save that. And then don't need that anymore. And then I'm going to go to, I can't show this on stream, unfortunately, because I don't want to leak my credentials, but I'm going to Stream Parrot dashboard, not the staging. I need the one that's not the staging. This one will do. And then log in. This is important. It must be done. There was a Yoda redeem. Sorry, I didn't see it. Okay, Boomer. Okay, Boomer. Boomer, you are. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, Boomer. Thank you, Slick, for letting me exercise that. Okay, emotes. I'm adding an emote. Add new emote. It's going to be an other. It's going to be okay, Boomer. Upload image. Here we go. I'm going to pick the Boomer image. Upload. There we go. And it's not case sensitive. Okay, it's done. It is done. I have no idea how long that will take to refresh, but we'll see. So in like maybe a minute or two, someone type OK space boomer and it should show up above there. All right, now I'm getting back to work. So actually we were seeing the game there. It means I fixed it. There we go. OK boomer is replaced with boomer. It actually shows up better if a non-VIP does it, because non-VIPs in this Golden Age comics theme, like it shows the image bigger. Too bad everyone's either a mod or a VIP in the channel. Oh, hey there, Mr. Halsey. Hey, Mr. Halsey, would you like to test something? Yeah, see, it's not going to show up very high. And hello, Dalek. I didn't see your chat either. Oh, that's new. I didn't know that if you did an action, it showed up just your name. Dalek said something, and I missed it. When was that? 11:28? Oh, you asked why I chose in the browser, and I responded to that. I just didn't say hi. Hi. Yeah, Mr. Halsey, why don't you type OK Boomer? And then it'll show it really large in the overlay. OK Boomer. No, not you, Rally Monkey. Okay, anyway, the game's back up and running. So... Oh, it didn't work. It's supposed to show it bigger. Oh, well. Yeah, it didn't work. I wonder if it was not intended to show up bigger and Chris fixed it. Oh, well. I wonder if that's an option we can ask him to do. Make things bigger. Anyway. Okay, so this is fixed. I should probably just check this in, right? So this is a fix to not put functions in Redux state. So, and to be clear about it, I am naming it a factory action. That's correct. So now we're picking it out of enhancements. You know, I probably don't need... Well, no, I should do that. There should be only one place which sets the enhancements reflected entities action, right? And that should be this one right here. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so then it's removed from the reducer. Correct. All right, I like it. So fix bug in storing functions in Redux store. So use enhancers, aka middleware. I guess you can also think of an enhancer as the state held by a middleware. I'm just going to call it, I think of them as the same though, right? Use enhancers, middleware, to hold onto functions previously placed in the Redux store. Not just hold on to and use functions previously placed in the Redux store. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, I want to do that kind of thing again in that modal, the tile select modal, because this prop is going to dispatch something, and the something that we're dispatching, I want to separate out of this modal and make it something that's set when we open the modal. So where we opened the modal was back when we began the stream, it was back in entities. Where was it? Not players panel. It's a panel that's not open anymore. It was entities panel, I think. Yes, this one, edit tile. So I need to enhance this now. We're not going to just dispatch select the modal tile dialog. We're going to also, before we do that, we're going to dispatch an actions.set, and this is going to be new. Set, what are we going to call it? It's whatever this thing does. Update. So set update tile action factory. And I want to do something similar to what I did when I set the other action factories. So it's this one. I don't want to lose my place, so I'm going to place a bookmark there. And I have some old bookmarks. Okay, they're gone. Search for that. And how did I do this? Okay, it's just the name of the action. Do I want parameters too? Yeah, let's allow room for parameters. Let's enhance that because I'm going to want parameters, right? So it's this stuff here. Right? Sort of. Only we don't have this parameter yet. So how am I going to do this? That's not how it's done, is it? It has to be action factory. Action factory is this. And then there's more. But wait, there's more. So, what's wrong here? What's wrong here? Oh, missing a parentheses. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to call it. I know what we'll do. We'll have a build. We'll have action factory. A factory for a factory? Action factory. No, let's just not use the word action factory. It's argument factory. Is just a function that's going to take. Okay, and this is important because what this used to do on update tile is it took a tile set and a tile ID. That's what comes out of the tile editor modal. So I think that's what I want to make the parameters into, the tile set and tile ID. And from that we're going to, I think, we're updating the tile set and tile ID. Is that the only thing we're doing? change component. This is the delta, right? What does change component do? Not that one. On change component. Should be in the middleware somewhere. That would help, right? It should be here somewhere. Oh. It waits for you to do an update. Shoot. So... Okay. So in this case, yeah. What do I exactly want it to do? Is this all I want it to do? Hold on. This had a tile component given to it. So I'm going to be changing that too, right? So this will have a component given to it. The tile component. Actually, it's called component at that level, right? This thing is called component. Right. Because this will do this kind of a thing. It's going to stringify the component where the tile set is modified. So that was, this is complicated. It's this stuff here. The TS and ID. So TS is new tile set. And ID is new tile ID. Okay, so let me try to explain this to you guys and myself to make sure I got this right. So we're saying that before we show the modal tile select, we're setting up an action factory with arguments to be dispatched when you submit the modal tile select. And what action do we want? We want change component. And what do we want to give to change component? Well, we don't know yet because we have these parameters we don't know. We don't know what they're going to pick for tile set and tile ID. But when we do, please call the argument factory to turn those two into what we should give to the change component. And what we're going to give? We're going to give an object which has component type tile and the component which will be taking the outermost component here and spreading it and then changing the tile set and ID, stringifying the whole thing, setting that as the new component body, and then along with the component type, we're giving that to change component, and change component goes and updates what we're staging for that component so that we can do an update and it applies it. So that should work as long as we have this in the middleware, which I'm going to add right now. So that needs to be an action I list here. Hold on. I don't want to lose my... Okay. Don't want to lose my place. Set update tile action. So that is here. Define the action. And then that action is exclusively done by middleware. I'll probably need another one though, right? In the modal, when it's done, it needs to dispatch something. I think what we'll do is we'll dispatch a... we'll have something called dispatch update tile action. So let's define that right now while we're here. Go up to the D's. Right here. Define action dispatch update tile action. Okay, now let me bookmark those two that I just added so I don't lose my place. That one and that one. All right. So going back to here. There's where we're dispatching it. And then we're going to catch it in the admin middleware. So down here in the admin middleware, set update. So right around here, action types, set update is on set update. Okay. Then that has a body that belongs right here. And we're just setting, so we have an action factory. or action factory. And then we have enhancements. And all that we're doing is setting things in there, right? Oh, it was an action factory and also an argument factory. So maybe this should be factories. Set update tile. No, let's just leave it out of the name. Argument factory. So there's actually two factories. So what feels right to me is if those kind of go together in enhancements. So let's put that in here as update tile action factories. No. What am I calling? It's called dispatch update tile action. So update tile action factory with arguments, or let's just call it factories. And that'll have in it the two things that are both null to begin with. Actually, no, the whole thing could be null. It doesn't matter. Okay, so that's what it's called. So I'm going to set it here. Enhancements.that equals. And then I guess I'm just putting these two in there directly. Cool. Done. So now it's set, and then I need to actually handle doing it. So that's dispatch update tile action. So actions dot here dispatch on dispatch update tile action. And again, the middleware handles it. And we're going to dispatch, so any dispatch, and what we're going to dispatch is stored in the enhancements. And there was also some arguments, right? The new tile set a new tile ID, so those also need to go into the action. Because now we know what they are, right? Okay, here's where it gets a little bit tricky. Because we have to pull out the action factory. Actually, we can just do it this way. Const, that is enhancements dot update tile action factories, right? And so we expect that to have these two things in it, right? The action factory and the argument factory, right? So we'll get the arguments first, I guess. So const auto argument. I don't need, that's a C++ thing. I don't need auto. Argument is argument factory, and then when we call it, we pass in these two parameters. Because that's what we set it up for, right? We set it up to accept those two, and it's going to yield us the argument to pass to the action factory. So we get the argument, and then we use it to make the we're going to get the action, this action factory, and then we're going to call the action with the argument. Done. No, hold on. I need to dispatch the action. There we go. So I gave these names to make it easier to read, but I could have all folded these three into one line. Dispatch, action factory, and then action argument factory. So I could have done it this way, but I think it would have been harder to read. So I could have said dispatch, action factory, and then in empty parentheses, and then in another set of parentheses, this stuff. But I think you probably agree with me that that is easier to understand than that. It's telling us the proper order. First, we constructed the argument to the action using these things that we now know. The new tile set, new tile ID. Then we figure out what action to dispatch. Then we dispatch that action passing it the argument. Hope you'll agree with me that that's much easier to read. And then while we're at it, we should clear that. So just like I did before, we're going to, again, dispatch this one. And say, actually, does it really matter? I guess it does. So it would be right here. Dispatch actions dot that. And then I think I can just leave it empty, right? I need to give it an object. So what'll happen there is it will these will both be undefined and then set them to be undefined there. If I really wanted to be picky about it, I could do this. I can say that this is conditional on action factory. If there's an action factory, then it's that. Otherwise, it's null. So that when I dispatch an empty thing, it will go to null and not make an object with two undefines in it. But then where we dispatch it here, it's not null, so it would actually store it. Okay. So the reducers, I mean the Redux part is done. I just need to do the change to React. Whew. But it's really just simplification of this, right? It is, we don't, where is it? Edit tile, right? Where was the other part of it? This isn't right. What happened here? That prop takes a component? What? Did I change this by accident? I did. Okay, so it needs to take a component now. Okay, all right, got it. So on edit component, where did we assemble that before? Is it all just down here now? No, there was a component. Where the heck? Where is it? Okay, let me look at what this file used to have again. Oh, it wasn't here. It was in the modal itself. Yeah. Okay, so in the modal here. Right. Okay. So this actually had the tile component, right? How did it get the tile component? It did this thing. Okay, so I need to do that in the other place. Unless, did that already do it? That already has a prop for entities. Might already be pulling that out. Yeah, so it's already pulling, it's finding the entity, which is the selected entity. So we already have that here and getting its components. So the only difference is that we had to find the tile component. Okay, so I should do that, right? Yeah, where we have it here, it was if the type is tile, do that. So I can say edit tile, and the component is what? Component. Or do I want new component? Component or new component? Component. Yes, I think. Where are we using? What's new component used for? Oh, that's when you type it in manually. Okay, got it. All right. So that's that. Cool. So we had access to the component at that level. That prop now takes a component and does the correct thing. So we're done with this entities panel. Then I need to update the modal here, because this modal no longer needs tile component anymore. It's not in charge of that, is it? Oh, no, it is. It is. It shouldn't be, though. These should be passed in as separate props. Yeah, I should pass these in as separate props. Okay, so where are we going to get these props? I think what I've been doing for modals is there is a reducer for the modals that holds those kinds of props. Yeah, modal reducer. Yeah, here we go. So I guess what we're adding here is these what we're using from tile component, the tile set and the tile set and the tile ID. So tile set null and they should both be IDs. And that means when we dispatch from here, we're dispatching this. I need to add other parameters. So I guess that means I need to actually have another action. Show modal, right? A specialized show modal that works for the tile select. So show modal tile select. Tile select. And then in the modal reducer, we'll have to reduce that. So show modal tile select. Return dot state. And then the stack will be pushing onto this modal. There. And then in addition, from the action, we're going to pull out tile set ID and tile ID. Tile set ID is action.tile set ID, and tile ID is action.tile ID. Okay, so now that that's there, I can dispatch that, and then we don't need to say modal anymore. We need to put the tile set and the tile. So we get that from the component. TS component dot tile or ID, right? And those are named specially. Tile set ID and tile ID. All right. We extracted that from the component like this one used to do. Right here. Right there. Okay. So now this doesn't get tile component anymore. It's getting a tile set ID and a tile ID. And I suppose that goes there and that goes there, right? So this is initialized from tile ID. And that's initialized from tile set ID. And there should be no tile component. Let's make sure. That should be grayed out. Okay, it's not grayed out. Aha. So yeah, instead, when we submit the form, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing on update tile. It's going to take, what does it actually need? It needs a tile set and tile ID. So it's going to be new tile set, new tile ID. And then I don't need tile component anymore. And I just need tile ID, tile set ID, and update tile to be updated. All right, so we don't need tile component anymore. We need tile set ID, and we pull that from state, add modal. Where's the reducer in the path? It's just modal. State.modal dot tile set ID. Tile ID is state modal tile ID. And then we don't need that anymore. And then this is a lot simpler, right? It's dispatch. We're still doing that, but this one is now, oh no, we're not doing that. Update component. Okay, this actually is needed. Oh shoot, there's 2 actions? Okay, that's a problem. Dude. I thought it was just one thing, change components. It also does the update. Crap. What happens if I don't do that? Let's hold that off down here. Let's see if I actually need to do that. So right now this is being done when we set that up to be done here, right? So all I really need to do is dispatch the new action I added, which was dispatch update tile action, right? Dispatch actions update tile action, right? And it doesn't need to it does need tile set ID and tile ID, because those are passed to that action, right? Yes. Oh, these are the names. Okay. Those names need to be consistent. Like that. And that is in an object. Okay. Sure. It doesn't need to be another line. It kind of is long though. I'll do it that way. Okay, so now this is more generic. It's like update it, whatever it is to that. It doesn't assume that it's a component anymore. It could be anything. It could be the GM's avatar. And it's just going to do the update action. And then I updated everything else. So this should just work, right? Okay, unless I have a syntax error, which I do. Modal reducer, line 95. Am I not importing that? Probably not. Now I am. Okay, let's see if I broke it. So let's pick this lava tile and do a select. So it loaded correctly. Now let me change it to water. Submit. And it broke. Action is not a function. What is action? Can I look at it? Action is a structure. Oops. Oh, when I make the factory, I pass the... Okay, I had that wrong then. When you call the factory, you have to pass in the argument. So where was that again? That's in admin.js right here. So the argument is used in the factory, not... so then the action is just an object. Yes. Okay. Try it again. Reload. Take the lava, select it, make it into water. Right, so it didn't apply it until I hit update. And then, so maybe that's okay. So select doesn't automatically do an update. Select selects it in here, but doesn't do an update. Do I care? I think I do care. I think I should have, I want when you select and change it. And by the way, cancel should do nothing, right? So I think when you hit submit, it should actually do this update for you. So if I wanted to do that, how would I do that? It's all in the entities panel when we set up this action, right? I think the trick is I need to make an action which does change component and followed by update component. So then what I want really is I don't really need component, do I? Because the action can just assume, well, hold on. Might as well, if we have it, we might as well just pass it along. Okay, so back in here, this is the missing piece. If I need that also dispatched, let's just keep it commented out there. Hey there, C17R. Greetings, program. That's from Tron. I remember that line. Greetings, programs. Hey there, A squared. All right. I am not going to just dispatch 1. I'm going to dispatch 2. So this stuff needs to be pushed into one more action that invokes 2 more actions. Programs we greet. So what to name the thing? I guess it would be change and update component. Change. Actually, is update component used anywhere else? To find it, process it. Reducer also does something. Oh, it's specific to the selected entity. Oh, okay, we do use it in one more place. Got it. Actually, but this also does, so that if update component and change component go together, I wonder if I could just join them together, and that would be simpler. Who was blind? Oh, I didn't see it. You have to remind me when someone redeems it. Programs we greet. Programs we greet. Stay and help you, I will. Programs we will greet. It helps me to recall an actual line from the movies, and then I can get the voice primed to continue. It's not that I'm blind, it's that I'm using a custom Twitch chat client. Right now, it does not show me redemptions. And I'm hoping it will soon. Maybe I'll bug Hideo about it. But I have to keep an eye out, or someone has to remind me about a different window I have on my screen, which is showing the queue of requests. If I don't see it out of the corner of my eye, then I'll miss it. So feel free to tag me to remind me that someone redeemed that. Okay, if I always do update component and add change component at the same time, then I don't need them to be separate actions, do I? Yeah, I don't really need that. Oh, this one does do it separately. Shoot. When do we do that? When we hit the update button. Okay. So they do need to be separate. But this place and this place could both use the new action I'm about to make called change and update component. Oh, thank you, TS Just. Named must be your fear. Before banish it, you can. Beware the dark side. Named must be your fear. Before banish it, you can. All right. Change and update components are what I want. Change and update component. Yoda. I should give you guys points for pointing that out to me. I need to come up with a easier way to see a redemption. Actually, if I put that in the foreground, I'll see it better. I just can't see my own camera. There we go. Now maybe I'll see it better. All right, change and update component is what I want to do in these places. So that's change and update component, and then I can strike that. Actually, let's do the this is the body of what I want in change and update component, and so this is in middleware. Which middleware? It doesn't really matter which, right? I guess the admin middleware, because only admins are doing this. Yep. So it'll be on change and update component. I don't know what I need other than dispatch yet. The way we handle this action will be to do that. So I need component type and I need component. So action component type component. There we go. And so then that will need to be added to my list, my dispatch table here. Action types change and update component on change and update component. Okay, so then you just need to dispatch that in place of these other dispatches. So this is just dispatch change and update component, and I don't need this one. Same thing here, change and this update component. I don't need that. And then that stays the same. This one is change and update component, and I don't need that anymore. And I think we're good. Okay, that's where those two actions got joined together in the middleware. So let's try it out. Now I will pick that lava again, select it, change it into water, and I got a crash. Cannot read property action factory of null. So the action was undefined. That's bad. Can I look at the React or the Redux for that? Let's see. I cannot, because it didn't make it there in time. Okay. What was new? So those were set. Wait a second. Oh, this isn't set for some reason. Enhancements. Update tile action factories is null. Interesting. It should have been set the moment I started. So this should be in the middleware here. Yeah, right here. Oh, yeah, they're missing. They are, well, they might not be showing up here because they're functions, right? Let me look for this in here. It's probably something stupid that I did by accident. The action, so we should have already assembled it. Should I just put a debugger here? And just walk through it? Let's walk through it and make sure I did it right. Click that, select, turn it into water, submit. Okay, so there's our debugger statement. Oh, wait a second. That's not what I expected. That's not what I expected at all. Select that, turn it into water. Enhancements, it's already null. Okay, so I need to do that earlier then. I need a debugger in on set update and right here, don't I? I can't just hit a breakpoint. I have to do debugger. Okay. Try again. So that should hit the debugger as soon as I click on the select button. Okay, now what does the action have in it? I can't see right now until I go forward. Is it in the closure? Oh yeah, it's undefined. Oops. How did we get here? How is it undefined? The action factor is undefined, but the argument factory is a function. Oh, did I misspell it? Lack of namespace leads to... Actually, shouldn't it be lack of namespace to globals it leads? I'll just say it the way you wrote it. Lack of namespace leads to globals. Globals lead to collisions. Collisions lead to suffering. Actually, I guess it doesn't nest. I was thinking it should be lack of namespace. Globals it leads to. But It doesn't nest like that when he talks, right? Yeah. Thinking about the logic behind how Yoda speaks is really mind twisting, isn't it? Lack of namespace leads to globals. Globals leads to collisions. Collisions leads to suffering. Okay, so where I dispatched, it's probably that we haven't gotten to yet. So here, the problem is here somewhere. Change and update component, is that misspelled? No, it's defined. Oh, I have to actually do action. No, it's actions. Why is that not defined? Did I not save here? Oh, I didn't say it. Hit save. Not saving not saving leads to syntax errors, compiler errors, and worse, to the dark side it leads. All right. So this should now work again. Select the action factory is correct. So go. And then we change it to water and we submit, and the we actually should be able to get past this now. The action factory is recovered. The factory is recovered, and we're going to call it and set it to null. And didn't work. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it not? Oh, did I forget to do the JSON parse part? Maybe. Let's remove the debuggers. Let's see that again. Oh, a hole got poked in there. Oh, right, because it's not parsed correctly. Why did that? Oh, the debugger thought that we're still a breakpoint. Now it won't hit that again, right? It still thought it was a breakpoint. Whoa! That's totally wrong. Okay. I think I just need to delete that component. Let's just remove it. And we'll paint a new one. Here's where I would like to have the palette. There we go. All right, now. Select, change it to water. Yeah, it's not parsing that. I must have gotten rid of that at some point, and that would be an entities panel, wouldn't it? It does stringify. That means turn into a string, right? So what's wrong with this? Oh, I think the problem is doing the stringify. I think I don't want to do the stringify. I think it's just that. I think the stringify is done later. So I was doing stringify twice. So I'm going to need to delete that component again. Paint a new one. Then edit it. Change it to water. And we're good. All right. Fixed. So now I've separated the two concerns. This modal no longer is concerned about where this tile is in the game, whether it's in a component or not. So now I can reuse this modal for other purposes, and I wanted to reuse it for this avatar thing. But first, let me have this as its own commit. This is really a refactoring step, right? Yeah. There's a bunch of steps here. Okay, let me make sure I didn't screw this up. Change and update, dispatch up, right. Okay. Looks good. Modal tile select. How am I doing on time? 2.5 hours? My goodness. Stuff takes longer than I think it will. Panels. So that is now including the component in the action. Do I need that there? I do, because we're pulling out the arguments we need for the argument factory. Yes, okay. So it makes it a little bit harder to set up the it's basically setting up the context for the tile editor. It says, tile editor, when you're done, do this. And then those get pulled together. All right, so I did multiple things here. So this is tile editing, refactor tile editing. So there are multiple things here. So add change and update component action to aggregate the change component and update component actions. Secondly, what did I do? I guess I can just say separate out the concern of updating a tile component. Updating the selected tile component from the tile select, what's it called? Tile select modal. From tile select modal. So, stuff takes longer than you think it would. Yeah, like everybody. But I constantly think, oh, that'll only take me like 30 minutes, and like 2.5 hours later, I'm checking it in. I think that's all I need to say. I don't think I need to say more. Yep, that's all I need to say. Okay. Now I can actually do the thing, drumroll, that I have in current task to make it more convenient to pick a GM avatar. So, to do that, I am going to steal this select button from wherever it is. Select. How come I'm not finding it? It's in here somewhere. Here it is. This button. And I'm just going to steal that button from React because I am terrified of editing JSX stuff still. I'm just going to take it and put it where I want. That is in the panel for character panel, right? Where I have the avatar selection. Where did I put that? Ah, right here. So I have right now a TS and then an input box and then a tile and an input box. Those I'm deleting. I guess do I still want a label? This is a space separator bar, flex line, baseline. I guess I don't need it. So it's just a button. And it's select tile, right? And then the action will not need that. So it's just on select, on select tile. So that is a new prop that I need. Looks like I don't need tile sets anymore. Did I use tile sets before? I don't see my use of tile sets. Was it never used? Huh, interesting. I just noticed that this is grayed out, like it's darker, which means it's not, that prop is not needed. I guess I don't need it. So I just need on select tile. Right? And then that needs to be provided here. On, I don't need tile sets anymore, by the way. On select tile. Right here. So all the complicated logic is going to go here. Now what? So let's have it do nothing at first and make sure I didn't break anything. Other than removing the functionality. Okay, the button is too big. I need to make the button smaller. So let me see, what did I do to make it smaller? I gave it class compact and put it into a span. Okay, I can do that. Where did that go? How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, because it's in the row below. Okay. Yeah. So it goes in a span here with type compact. Okay, so there it is. The button will not do anything until I fill in the prop. So I want to do a similar thing to what the entities panel does, where I dispatch, I need to set a factory and then show the dialog, right? So that we do there, but we're not going to change an updated component, are we? We are going to do what this update used to do, or it does, right? Where is that? Update avatar. So I'm going to want this line. Right. Well, we have parameters. So the action is update avatar, right? The argument factory is given a new tile set, a new tile ID. I'm going to want to take the avatar and change its avatar. But I'm going to want to fill in the previous avatar. How does it know avatar? Oh, it's passed in, so I should probably pass it in. And then I'm going to want to change its tile set and tile ID, right? Yep, I'm working on improving the world building tools. I forget, what are the fields of the avatar I'm changing? So, I'm just going to guess it's TS and ID, but I don't know. I'll have to look and see. And then I don't need to dispatch a second... Oh, no, I do. This would be avatar, tile set, and ID, right? Thing is, I don't know if it's TS and ID. I don't remember, because my memory is like a fish. Right, I don't need these. It looks like it is TS and ID. So I guess I'm fine there, right? Avatar. So I want to look and see what that update thing does. Where's update? Ooh, it does a bunch of gross stuff. Look at that. Oh, that's a different update button. That's this update button. So what's the other update button do? Okay, it uses new avatar. So I want new avatar for select tile as well. So that needs to be a arrow function that is given new avatar. Cool. And okay, if it sets it to new avatar, then it won't actually apply it until I hit update. So what if? So technically, I wanted to change the existing avatar, don't I? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I got this right. So we're doing update avatar. It needs avatar as a prop. We're taking the old avatar and using the new tile set and ID. So that looks good to me. Yeah, let's try it out. Maths, yes, maths. Okay, so turn on. Now let's select. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, no, it does. We're not going to... This is what happens when you tell the modal to start with the default tile set. It actually doesn't work. So change it to that and change it to the king. Hail to the king, baby. It works. So maybe it's time to get rid of the default avatar set then. The problem is when we first start, we don't know what tile set to pick from. Unless I maybe put it into the globals for the game. So there's this concept of the globals. And that's where I've stashed the initial player position. So I could put in their initial GM avatar, maybe. Yeah. Why not? Because I'm trying to obsolete the concept of the default avatar set. Yeah. The thing is, if the key isn't present, what will the code do? I guess the code will be doing what I just showed. Should I handle that? The code was what it's doing is it's going here and showing nothing, and it's showing background even. So it's not background is not the tile set. The tile set is the default tile set, which doesn't have an entry in the tile sets cache. So it just picks the first thing on the list, rather than they can't show the default one. So I have to actually pick that. This is what it should show, but there should be a special entry for default. Maybe that's what I should do. I should fix this one to show default avatars, right? The GM avatar is the broken tile until you update the avatar. I don't want it to be the broken tile. I really want it to default to something reasonable. I think I'm going to fix the avatar selection. So let me first check this in. And then this is what we did. We update GM avatar selection to use tile select modal. So commit that, and let me go change the current task. So this is adding support for the default tile set in tile set editor. And I'm only doing this temporarily, really. Eventually I would get rid of it because the real production game would not use the default tile set anymore, and then I can just remove it. Actually, the problem is if I ever start up a new game server and it has no data at all, there has to be some default. Otherwise nothing shows up for my avatar. It's like a question like, before there was the concept of light, how could you see? What would you see? Like, what do you have at the beginning before you have anything? Did I get the path finding figured out? Nope. Sorry, Mr. Contour. I put that off to the side to address later. I considered it a failure, and I will look at what I did to try to learn from my failure and make the second attempt better than the first. And hello there, such grinds and Mr. Contour. Yeah, so I haven't yet studied the failure from yesterday to learn from it. But I try not to let it get me down. It's an opportunity for me to learn more and to get better at the maths, the algorithms, and I'll take all of the feedback I get from viewers and from Discord and try to learn from that and try to, when I approach it for the second attempt, have a better idea of what I'm doing. Not cast to the side. It's more of like postponed. Or you can think of it as it's an iterative process. An iteration number 1 failed. So there will be an iteration 2 at some point, probably soon, when I'm ready to try it again. When I feel like I've learned enough from the previous failure to try again. Adding support for the default tile set in the tile set editor. Yeah, I think I still want to keep this around. You feel like working on it? Well, you don't have to. But for me, I need to personally learn from the mistakes and the failure in order to get a basic, or no, not a basic, a deeper understanding of how pathfinding should be done, or different techniques to do pathfinding that are scalable and efficient, and then make a second attempt to apply it to my game. Yeah. All right, so this doesn't show the right thing here. Let's make it show the correct thing. So that's in the tile select modal. All right, so the problem will be, I think the tile set will be empty or the word avatar. Let's see what it actually is. Let's ask. Redux will show, right? It's because this pulls it from, this ID will be pulled from modal tile set ID. So let's ask Redux what it is. Action. Let's pause for a second. State modal. So it's just undefined. It's not defined at all. Okay. So we have to handle the logic where this is nullish. So if it is nullish, where is it used? Where do I actually use tileset ID? Oh. It's new tile set, and that pulls it from tile sets. So we need, so here it is. It's if it doesn't exist right now, the tiles is empty. Also, I want to have something in the select. Let's do the select first. So there's a select tile set right here. So I want to add to this map an entry at the top, right? So what would that look like? If this is returning a list, then I would want a bigger list where we spread that into it, right? Spread that in, and then add to it at the front an option. Actually, I have to do it this way, don't I? An option where we'll have to have a key here. Where do I have key? If those are IDs, I can just make this key a special one. I guess I have to do it inside the braces, right? The key would be default, the string default, and the value would be null. And oh, this all belongs inside of here, doesn't it? There we go. And then this would just say like default or something. And then I need a comma. Okay, so that should actually add this select box. Default. Independent of background. So now I just need to show the assets. So there was a cheesy way I did this before. What was it? It goes into here. I just forget how it was done. Oh, I know where I still do this. I do this in the profile panel. Well, Mr. Contour, you're saying the viewer is not always right. I like to think of it as the viewer is right until proven wrong. Or an alternate way would be the viewer always has some useful intent. I guess unless they're a troll. But I don't think of any of you as trolls. So everything that you say has some use and some intent, and I would like to gain from that something. So even if like maybe it's not completely applicable to my situation, it should at least give me some seed of insight into a different way of looking at it, or something that I missed, or something that I'm not thinking of correctly, and that it should lead me, hopefully, to a deeper, better understanding, either directly or indirectly. So that's the way I like to think of it, is unless you're a total troll, even if like you don't guide me directly to an improvement, there'll be something in there that will eventually lead me into the right, to where I want to be. It's just the agitation, the not getting stuck on one thought, the agitation of considering other points of view and considering other things, I think is a good thing, as long as you're always trying to get to a better place. And it avoids me getting into rigid thinking. If I didn't have viewers, then I would only have my own thoughts to ponder, and then I'd probably settle onto some rigid way of doing the pathfinding and not consider other ways. But then just viewers saying, hey, why don't you try this? Even if it's like not directly applicable, it makes me at least stop and think, yeah, maybe I should consider something different, you know? Same thing with like putting it off to the side for a while. Whenever you get stuck or frustrated with something, a good technique is to just postpone addressing it. Go on a walk, go do something else, wash the dishes, whatever, come back to it. You have a better chance of solving whatever problem it is and not being frustrated if you give your mind a break. So I need to figure out what to put there. That is in I think it's in the profile panel. Oh, the profile panel was broken down, wasn't it? Into two different things? No, here it is. Profile panel. You agree? Cool. There is a place here where I show the tiles, right? Here it is. Right, I did this crazy mess. So I think I just want this crazy mess again, or maybe I need to pull this out into another component. So this whole thing goes into what? How is this actually used? Oh, this is used to construct something else. This is used to construct this map. So we're going to compare that map to this other map, which I've lost where it is. Where was it? Here. So there's a key, class name on click, key, class name on click. That's correct. Okay, so the difference here is the tile set is a hard-coded asset avatar set ping. Okay. So that means that this tile set should have like an OR in it, right? Or this hard-coded out. I'm not going to refactor this out. I'm going to just try to get it to work in place and then maybe refactor it out. Can I do that? So that if this is nullish, it'll pick that. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. And then the other trick would be this map to something here, right? Like that. And I need that variable. Where is that variable coming from? That's a prop, so we'll pull it in as well. Where did I get that prop from? I got it from the session graphics reducer, of course. So that goes to there. All right. This num avatar tiles is a legacy thing, by the way. Its days are numbered. But yeah, I need to construct a tile. So what do I need from tile? That's what I want, right? Instead of the map in the tiles, you could add a tiles property to the default tile set. Tiles. Oh yeah, you're right. Because that's all this. Yes, you're correct. Nice. I like that idea. Thank you, Toulouse. So you're saying basically there's the asset, and then we have tiles is this. And then then this is always true, right? That is always true. Sorry, it's tile set tiles. There we go. I just need to figure out what to put into there. Let's find out. It's probably just going to be an ID, isn't it? Like one of these. Like that. See, Nui is trying very hard to make sure that you don't procrastinate and then you get your work done, Toulouse. See, I should rename the point system in my game from game points to procrastination points. It's easier to over shoulder the code than to do your own work. I hope that your work gets interesting to the point where you find enjoyment and interest in your work, and then you don't get as many points in my stream. But I do appreciate the help. I'm sort of torn. On the one hand, I appreciate the help. On the other hand, I feel a little bit bad that I guess I feel both good and bad. I feel bad that your work is not as interesting as it could be, but I also feel good that I'm giving you an alternative thing to fall back to when your job sucks. You just need to get off your butt and look for a new job. Well, your new job could just be epic Minecraft streamer. Ever thought of that? I think of that sometimes. That like, wouldn't it be cool if you had enough followers and whatever you're doing so that that just becomes the job? You know better than that? Yeah, that's true. It's only a few people who can do that, right? Okay, so what do I need from this tile? I should just look for what tiles is used for. Tiles is used for the ID. Looks like it's just used for the ID. Okay, so then we should be good. It's just take a number and start with 1 and just advance through it. Okay, so what does it look like? That should be longer than 1. So what did I do wrong? There's more than 1. This number is maybe not correct. So what is that number? Pause. State. Where was it again? Session graphics. Session graphics. Why is it only 1? That's not right. Where does that get set to? Let's follow where that is set. And let's find the action that sets it. It would be in a reducer. Oh, right here it is. So it's reflect tiles. Oh, wait. That might not be given to the admin. This is a really, really old message. I think it's only given if you request it. I remember this now. Yes, this is an ancient message. Oh, you're welcome, Jacquemus. You like Code? There's another font I'm considering getting, but it costs 200 euro. What was the name of it again? It's the one that Hideo uses. Let me see if I can find it again. This one down here. Where was it? I lost it now. Why does it cost so much? I hear that it's really good for programmers, but I'm just considering it. I just want to throw this out here as an alternative. Because I've heard from more than one programmer that it's really good. I'm trying to find where it is. Actually, I guess there are 2 other alternative fonts to consider. There's the hack font is what Adam uses. But the one that was paid, where was that? I guess I would search for Hideo. Maybe I don't have the link available. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I do. No, I don't. Okay, never mind. I can't find it. I'm doing this off screen because, oh, what's wrong with my sync status? I just noticed something. There's that little icon, which is bad. What does that mean? Sync errors. Uh-oh. Can't sync my notes right now. Sync again, please. Uh-oh. Sync this notebook. Please sync. I haven't tried Cascadia code. Yeah, I've never, okay, so this is better. I'll have to ask him again. Yeah. Well, I'll find it again. But it was that was the hesitation was I got a lot of positive things about this font, but the hesitation was it cost 200 euro for it. And hello, by the way, Jacquemus. How are you doing today? Oh, it's Microsoft's take on Code. Interesting. Yeah, so to answer the question why does a font cost so much, if it's handcrafted by an individual independent font developer and they spend a lot of time on it, I think they deserve to get some money from their work. So, and I think other people do too. And so, if you really care about a font crafted a certain way, you might spend some money on it. Generally, like a good font, even if it costs something, would be worth it because it just has a more consistent style. Maybe it has a larger glyph set than you would typically get with a free font. Yeah. I've heard that fonts go for a lot of money. I think it's because companies don't mind paying it. That's true for a lot of other things too. like Perforce servers. If you want a Perforce server for a large corporation, then you'll probably spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know Immer.js. It makes reducers look so much nicer. No, I don't know this Immer.js. Something I should probably look into, right? I do not know that, but I will look into it later. Thank you, that noob. Yeah, my reducers kind of have some boilerplate issue. Anyway, the reflect tiles, I want to see where that's included everywhere. How come? Oh wait, that's because it's reflected on tiles. And this is sent in the asset manager. This is the test. Where's the, okay, where is the actual code for it? Right here? Get tiles. And where is get tiles sent? On fetch tiles. So where's fetch tiles sent? When login is complete is, okay, so there we go. So I think just to hack this for now, we will always dispatch fetch tiles. Always. That should fix this problem. And it didn't work. Pause that. Did we send it? Let's look for, okay, here's fetch tiles. So that should have sent the get tiles message to the game. Oh, does it require us to be logged in? Is that the problem? Probably. Yeah. Oh no, there's an and there. So it should have sent the tiles back to us. Should be a receive message tiles. And by the way, nothing leaks here because I'm doing the local test environment. So no worries. We're not leaking anything. There's the tickets. There's the configuration. Leader, wrapped state, players, versions, blacklist, command zone. So it should be in here somewhere. Dialogue, scripts. And that's from a different server. So what happened to... Oh, I think we're sending it too early. We're sending it before we authenticated as an admin. That's the problem. Okay, so I can't do that there. So go back to the last change. I can't do that there. I have to wait until we're authenticated. So I'll just make a copy of that. There should be one for, in the admin middleware for authenticated. Yeah, right here. So we'll just do it here. Like right there. That'll be fine. Yeah, it did, Toulouse. It's that we sent it before we authenticated as an admin, so it would have still been false at that point. So now it should be cool. Okay, I was wondering what that was. All right, there we go. So I can now pick from the default tile set if I want. Or I can go off and do something else. Actually, this means that normal users will be able to do the same thing too. Hey, I'm going to be lava. Look, I'm lava. Normal users... Actually, normal users still wouldn't be able to do this because they can only pick from the default avatars. Yeah, so it's not a problem. We actually don't even need that right now. Okay, cool. I fixed it. So we're going to go back to being... Actually, what would I rather be as the GM? I'd rather be a tiger. Now I'm a tiger. Okay, let's check this in. And say, allow choosing tile from default tile set. I need to decide what I'm going to do about this default tile set. I'm leaning towards that you just don't see any tiles until you define what the default tile set is, and then we put that into the global entity. But there's like a chicken and the egg problem of if we start a fresh game world with no data at all, then there are no tile sets. So what do we pick from? Operator. The font called, what is this? A font called Operator? A monospace typeface and a short film about type design. Ooh. Huh. The slants and the A's and the R's kind of throw me off a little bit, and the C's. Oh, I've seen someone use that before. I kind of like the little curly L, actually. Yeah, I guess it's, you use whatever font you like, right? $200 font? Wait a minute. Thought you said it was free. Oh, no, this is the $200 one you said. Okay. Yeah, so it's all personal preference when it comes down to, right? Is it worth $200 for you? A free game without tiles should have a chicken and the egg inside the void. Interesting idea. Okay, so we're done with this task. Add persistent GM state. Yeah, let's do that next. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is remember which avatar I am, because I don't like having to, when I refresh, having to declare to the game that I want to be shown and I want to be a tiger. I want that to be persistent. So let's do that. The way I've been doing persistent stuff is local storage, right? This stuff. We do set item, remove item, and get item. So we can do this whenever we... Actually, why not just have the reducer do this? Because reducers aren't allowed to do this, right? I think I've been, doing this in middleware. Okay, so we'll do this in middleware. We'll continue to do this for middleware. So in here, avatar, right? So let's persist the toggle show avatar. So yeah, what I can do is we can, when we know it's been changed, we can update our local storage here, right? So local storage dot set item show avatar to be whatever that is. Actually, why don't we just get a constant show avatar equals that? It's sort of funny that I'm looking it up twice when I can just look it up once. And then there's where we store it. And now I have to have the corresponding get. Where do we generally do these gets? Auto login, admin start would be probably a good place, right? Or maybe, maybe it would make more sense to actually do it in the reducer for the default state. Wouldn't that make more sense? So if I look for show avatar in the reducer, why do I have it in camera? I don't know. So here we could just pull from local storage, right? We could say, what's the convention again? It's dot get item. So local storage dot get item show avatar, and then or false, I guess, if it's not defined. There we go. So if I turn it on and then refresh, it will still be on. Yay. I like it. And then turn it off and refresh. Refresh, I said. I wonder why it took a while to refresh. It'll be... That was weird. Off and then refresh. Okay, now it's not working. What's going on? That would have been here. Is that not how you call... I guess I can just look at it. Let me oh, hold on. Pull this one off screen. Let me just look at this. I just don't want to leak anything by accident. That would be under application. Okay, this isn't a leak. There's a key there, but it's only for localhost. So it's there. It just didn't persist correctly. It showed up as on. This is a fun new monospace font. We have Fira code and Cascada code. Cool. Okay, so I guess I should be looking at the Redux state here and pausing this and make sure it didn't run too far. Okay, so what's the state way back here? Admin camera, show avatar. Oh, it's the string false. Ooh. Ooh, that's right. It's always a string. We can't just store a Boolean. Okay, that makes sense. So, that will convert it to a string. So when we get it, we need to convert it back from a string, right? So I guess I would say that equals true. And now it's off. Reload, it's still off. Turn it on, reload. It's on. Okay, cool. So I persisted that checkbox. Now the next would be to persist. I guess I need to do two things, the label and the tile. Let's do the label next because that's easier. That should be here somewhere. GM. There it is. It's in the initial avatar. So I can just pull from, I can just do the same kind of a thing, right? Get item or GM if it's not present, and that is avatar label. There we go. Or explicitly cast a value to a Boolean value. I guess I could do that. I'm used to doing this compare to true for what am I used to doing that in? Converting from Lua to C++ bool. I do that because Lua doesn't have a Boolean. It's not true string, it's the value 1 or not equal to 0. Okay, so if that's where we're getting it from, then I need to update where we're setting the name. That would be in avatar where it's being set. Not in the, well, I guess we could do it in the reducer. Is that where I want to do it? Really, we shouldn't be changing the local storage in a reducer, right? We should be doing this in the corresponding middleware right here. Okay, so before we return early, because we're not going to modify the tile, we should be updating the local storage. Local storage dot set item, and then going back to here, it was avatar label. I guess I have to reach in and get it. It's get state avatar admin camera avatar name n, right? Is it n? Name. Cool. All right, so let's try that out. So it should default to GM, and now it should be in the state. Oh, I know, it's not because I haven't changed it yet. So if I change it to GM2, now it's there as GM2, and if I reload, it should load from there. Nice. So there we go. Cool. That was easy. Next, the tile. Same thing, it will load from initial avatar, so it's missing. So yeah, so I would just pull it here, right? Tile set, local storage, get item, avatar tile set.
Or what? I guess it's if it's not defined, it's not defined. That's the actual tile, right? So we want to change that to a 1 by default. And I need to parse this as an integer, right? Parse int. And I kind of like leaving the radix off, but maybe in this case I won't leave it off. And then 1 is the default if we couldn't get it. And so this is avatar tile. Okay, and then to set it, that was also in this middleware, right? Actually, update avatar did it, right? So I would just set them all. And I should be careful here. If there's no tile set, actually I don't need to, I can just store what it is. Set item. Let's get the avatar out first. So const avatar equals that. Then I don't need to like be so redundant here. Right? And then so this will be avatar tile set. And this is shorter, so it'll fit on one line again. Avatar.ts. And this is tile, and that's ID. Okay. So if I select this guy instead, and I refresh, it didn't load correctly. Why not? Is it a string? No, it's a number. It's the string 13, but I wonder if it didn't parse it. So pause. Let's see what it was. It would have been where we create. Actually, it would have just shown up in the state, right? Admin camera. Oh, it's the string 0. Did it not parse correctly? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, didn't I do a parse int? I didn't. Parse int 10. There we go. And if it doesn't parse correctly, I get undefined, right? Which is what I want. Okay, so now what is it on initial load? It's 0. That's fine. That should show me correctly. Yeah, okay. Really, it shouldn't have been 0, though. When I change it... Actually, what I wanted to do is remove it completely. Let's see if it does that. It just sets it to 0. Let me remove that. Delete that key and reset. So if I select again, let's be a beggar now. It's always putting 0 in there. I think I might know what that's from. I think that's actually from, let's go back to Redux. It's when it got applied. Oh, I won't see it here until I change it again. So, select it. Pick this guy. And then pause Redux and find it here. Update avatar, action. It's null, but the way it gets sent to the game is what? It gets sent as a 0. The null got turned into a 0 somehow. In update avatar. So let's find that. Update avatar. I need to get up and stretch too. Been through almost over 3 hours and I haven't gotten up and stretched. cat's still on the cat tower, right? I should go pet the kitty. Get up and stretch and pet the kitty. Okay, wait, why did it send a 0 for the modified component then? Why didn't it send null? That's weird. And the other thing that's weird is if it came in as null, a null actually turns into a 0 string. I don't understand that. Did that get called more than once? Update avatar? No, it only got called once. It's null. So why is it sending 0 and not null? Why is it sending 0? I need to... Isn't that weird? I guess I could look at what's sent. No, that should... A null should be allowed there. That's weird. Inside of there, in other words. Admin camera. Oh, wait, it's 0 there. Oh, in the reducer. Oh, shoot. I didn't look at that. Okay, in the camera reducer, I do an OR. Okay, that's the problem. We don't want 0 for that. We want null. Right? No, as in lack of tile set. And technically, I don't want 0 here. I want 1. Because the 0 tile set, the 0 tile ID is reserved for other purposes. Explicitly. Okay, so let's pick fire. And then back to the default, this guy. So what is it stored in the application? Null. So if I really wanted to be really clean about it, I could say if it's nullish, delete it. Let's do that. Whoops. So if avatar ts is nullish, local storage dot, is it delete or remove item? There we go. Avatar tile set. Else store it there. Oh, there we go. And then one more time, we'll just select that one, and it's gone. If I refresh, that should persist correctly. And then if I pick from the non-default set, now it should be a number. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna call that done. Do I want to persist anything else here? I don't think so. Let's just submit it. And then I'll get up and stretch and pet the cat. All right, so looks good. Looks good. Cool. Technically, this should be a commit by itself, right? That's a fix. So fix how GM avatar updates are reduced. And then this is persist them. Persist the GM avatar properties, state. Cool. All right, time for me to get up and stretch. I invite you also to get up and stretch if you've been sitting for more than an hour or two. It's not healthy to sit for hours and hours. You can get blood clots in your legs. That leads to bad things. So I encourage you to get up, go move around, maybe get something to drink. I'm going to get up and pet the cat and use the restroom. I'll continue to show the screen. We'll sit here and watch George for a while, but I'll just turn off the camera. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Shouldn't all this data come from the server? If it was for normal players, yeah. But the GM is sort of a special thing. There is no state for the GM in the server right now. And I got a couple reasons for that. One is that I don't intend to give admin rights to any other person. So there's no reason for it to be stored in the server since I can just keep it all locally. And actually, that's the only reason. So the only reason I don't store GM data in the server is because I don't need to, because it can all stay local to my client. And if I were to change that, I guess what that would involve would be, instead of persisting it in local storage, we would have to actually create an entity in the game that's persistent and represents the GM. Actually, at that point, you know what I would probably do is I would just I would just use the normal login system, and then players would just be designated to be admins in the game, and they would get all these other controls. And so then this current role of GM logging in a special way would just naturally fall away, and I would end up just deleting all of this code. And instead of update avatar, it would just go through the normal, like when you're a normal player and you're picking an avatar, only maybe you could do it, you could pick from more things than normal people would. So yeah, it's sort of a weird, the GM concept of my game is kind of weird. It's like outside of the game looking in, which explains why I can move into walls and all that. I'm actually, it's not going through any of the game logic. The entity does exist, but it's purely a tile, a position, and a camera. It has no player component, and so it's not affected by any of the game systems. So I won't be attacked if I move next to these slimes, because I don't exist according to them. They don't even see me. I can't, but then there are negative side effects where if I want to test a dialogue system, I can't, because the dialogue system requires that the participant in the dialogue be a player. So yeah, maybe this role of special GM connection would fall away, and I'd have to log in as a normal player. Yeah. All right. It makes me think of edge cases like where if I deploy a new version of the game somewhere and the game has no entities at all, how do we know that you should be given admin? Is it the first person who logs in just becomes an admin, or can you elevate yourself to admin by providing a key of some kind, or what? Yeah. Anyway, don't need to think about that stuff right now. Let's move on to the next thing. Did I even update the current task last time, or was I getting lazy? Whoop. How do we get there? I didn't. I totally missed it. It should have been I'm making the GM state persistent. Okay, so do I have enough time for this? I have like a half an hour. I guess I can see how far we get into it. I want to develop a tile palette. So let me put that into the current task. Develop GM tile palette for painting the world. Will that fit in my overlay? Yeah. So the idea is that instead of having to pick from tile sets in order to paint the world like that, and like having to pick a different tile set for decorations, if I want to put a tree over here, and then have to go back to background, this is very cumbersome, right? I would like to be able to like pick a few tiles that I want to work with and put them in a new place, and then like not need to see that this is all wasted real estate for me once I start painting, right? Also, a lot of this is I don't care about a lot of this stuff when I'm painting. I really just want to reduce it to just the tiles I've picked. I want to see the depth. And it would be really convenient if it was mixed into this screen too. So maybe what I want actually is if this is the entity list of a selected position, I can maybe put the palette up here, right? And then as I'm going, I could be either editing entity things or I could be painting over this. Except for right now, clicking selects a new position in the world. Are there tile layers? Yes. So for example, if I elevate this to depth 1 and now I can paint over it with ground. Oops. How did that happen? Oh, I elevated the wrong thing to level 1. Okay, so if that is at 0, I must have elevated the wrong thing to level 1. Now if I go to level 1 and I paint a tree on top, you can see sort of the grass behind the tree. Yeah. And then similarly, if I go to depth 0 and start deleting, I'm deleting everything but the tree. And if I go to depth... Oh, that must be the thing I elevated by accident. If I go to depth 1 and delete, now I'm deleting things at depth 1. What's that thing there? Oh, that's a display artifact. Okay, that's a bug I need to figure out. At some point, it didn't tell me about the sprite being added. Be nice if I could figure out how I reproduce that. Is it just by painting really fast? So I just paint really fast and then delete really fast? Yeah, that's what it is. If I paint slowly, does it happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then delete slowly. So maybe it's if I paint 2 things between update cycles. What happens if I just paint really quickly? The painting actually works. Is it the removing that's a problem? Yeah, it's the removing too quickly. It's the problem. Look at your actions there. You could be reproduced again. I'm just trying to figure out why is it happening? Let's paint a whole line of water. And look at the Redux. Actually, I'm gonna want to look at the network tab. Okay. Let's clean it out so it's nice and clean. Actually, you know what? I should do it in a zone that doesn't have these particle effects going off. I have to actually select. How come it's not deleting now? Oh, did I paint those at layer 1? I did. Delete. Alright, so let's go to another zone. Lighting test. There we are in lighting test. So, paint some water down here. And then, I guess I'm just gonna go quickly delete them all. Nope. That didn't cause it to happen. There it happened. So I should stop doing things and look at what I saw on the network. So I saw a sequence of removes, but there are 3 holes in it, right? So 35068 was not reported. 35071 was not reported, and 35074 wasn't. So those are the 4 holes there. Why is that? It's just skipping over and not telling me about it. But here's where I painted them. So where did I remove them? Here are all the removes. So 65 through 78 without any holes, right? 7, 8, 9. There's nothing inherently wrong with the messages. These are the correct ways you destroy entities. They're sent all independently of each other very quickly, and then 35068, for example, was right there. I don't see anything you guys couldn't see all the way to the right there. I don't see anything specific about that delete message. CM Griffing. Hey there, Chris. How was your stream? Hey, check it out. Oh, I'm being resubbed. CM Griffing, thank you for the sub. It was good. Check this out, Chris. We got Raimu good. Oh, I can't do it because I am ignored in the overlay. So someone's got to do Raimu good, and then someone else has got to say okay boomer. Have custom chat emotes now. There you go. There's the Raimu good. It's me doing this Photoshop to look like Tim Bodette, and the other one was okay boomer. Okay space boomer. Come on, someone type okay boomer. There you go. There's Boomer. You recognize him? It's Boomer from Battlestar Galactica, the original series. So yeah, we've been using Stream Parrot, which if you're coming from Chris's stream, it's written by CM Griffing. So we're having fun adding. I'm now taking the time to actually add these custom emotes whenever it occurs to me, and whenever I am not super concentrated on my work. So if you haven't been to my stream before, I should give a quick intro. There's a less than 2 minute long video on YouTube, which I recorded just for you. If you have no idea what I'm doing, this kind of gives an intro to my stream, but I'm working on this game. It's called Omnia Reigna. It's Latin for all realms. So the idea in this game, it's a retro style game inspired by old games like Ultima, and you kind of walk around in a 2D world. You're represented by the avatar in the middle of the screen, so I'm the GM, the game master. If a normal player was here, they would see that, because you're kind of limited to what you can see nearby you, unless there's a light source nearby. As the GM, though, I can see through walls and I can see everything. And I'm working today on improving some of the tools that I use to manipulate the world. So this bar here for representing the avatar wasn't persistent before, and it didn't have this nifty selection of which tile I want to look like. So if I want to look like the Grim Reaper, now I can do that really quickly. And I can, this is now persistent. So if I refresh, the position in the game isn't persisted yet, but at least my avatar is. I have to go back to here to get to where I was. So I was just now, when it was being rated, trying to reproduce this bug. Let me demonstrate the bug. I can paint in the world as the GM, so I can add a row of water there. The problem is if I delete it fast, it shows holes in there, like water that's left behind, but if I go off screen and come back, they're not really there. So it's that the game didn't tell me to remove those. And it seems to only happen if I remove quickly. So if I remove slowly enough, it doesn't have any leftovers. But if I remove quickly, there are leftovers. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter how quickly I draw. I can draw really quickly. I just can't erase quickly, or else I get these holes. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Not sure if I'm going to have enough time to reproduce that bug. Maybe I'm just going to enter it into my GitHub. So yeah, if you play my game, you'll kind of see the same kind of game world. I'm still working on the engine, so there's not much content there. But you can try it now if you want. And that issues link I just put into chat is if you find a problem or have a suggestion about the game. So I'm going to go there myself right now, and we have 154 open issues, and let me add a new one. So this is that removing tiles quickly causes the rendering system to miss they were removed. Oh, thank you for those follows there. So I'm just entering a bug for myself. I'm not going to try to fix it now because I don't have a whole lot of time left. I got to go somewhere in 20 minutes. I'm just going to make sure I don't forget about this bug. Put it into my GitHub. Now I have 155 issues. Is the tooltip catching the mouse move? The Pounder events none on the tooltip might be worth trying. Oh, for this thing, I worked on that yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, but like, it's very expensive to redraw the contents of that tooltip next to the mouse there. So I just put in like a little debounce thing, so where it does not update more frequently than once every quarter second, and that's good enough for me. But yeah, I kind of want that tooltip to follow my cursor around anyway, so I do want to catch the mouse move. But it's the bug I'm talking about in particular is when if I'm removing these tiles quickly, it is not telling the rendering system that those have been removed. And the way you can tell is if you just go off screen and come back, you're not told that they're still there. I don't think it has to do with the mouse move, because if it did, then I'd still see it even if I went slowly, right? Actually, no, that's not true. But I can tell that it's not because we were looking at the actual messages over the WebSocket. Let me recreate that again. So let's paint a whole bunch. And actually there it skipped because of the tooltip, I think. I moved the mouse way too quickly. But that comes in as a bunch of ads here. Sprites were added, right? Actually, we send it out as create entities. So a bunch of create entities to create the water down there, and then this modify component is when I move my camera around. And then if I go sweep across and delete really quickly, we send a bunch of destroy things, and you can see the entities are all sequential. Actually, there I missed a couple. We missed 19. Does that mean that one of them was left behind? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that is I guess, Chris, you're right. As I'm sweeping across, it might not detect it if I move fast enough. But the other problem is that it really was missing some of them in the display. So there's no hole. Okay, there was one hole. There's one hole, 43 is missing, but there are a whole bunch that we did delete that really are deleted, and this is the only one that wasn't deleted. Ruined, I know, I'm ruining my game. You move fast enough, does the mouse go over the tool? Yes, I think you're right. So actually I don't really mind that bug. I'll give you a point for pointing it out, though. A point for pointing it out! Wah! But it is still a bug where we did tell it to destroy a bunch of entities, and then it comes back and says that some of them are removed, but obviously there are a few. Like, for example, we told it to destroy 39, 40, 41, 42, right? But it only told us that 39 and 42 were removed. Two of it! 11 months! That's like 3 months in binary. Thank you for your support. For your 3 months. I mean, 11. So yeah, the rendering system is told to remove 39, but not 40 or 41, and it just skips them for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not going to try to solve that bug yet. I just wanted to note that that was a bug. I'm more interested in adding this concept of a drawing palette. I'm trying to decide how I want to do that. I was initially going to add it here, but when we're in this context, when I click, we're not painting, we're selecting areas, so I don't know. Maybe I'll introduce another panel for painting, independent of tile sets. And then when we're in the painting view, maybe I could include some of this information. Or what if we're in this view and I have a mode between selecting and painting? I already have this concept I can move things around with shift. I'm moving the ground there, and I can duplicate the ground by doing that. And put it back. But I can't delete. I do think I want to merge these two, though. So maybe it's a matter of, there's the bug again, a keybind combination. So if shift is moving and alt is duplicating, then I'm not using control yet. Maybe control would be select. And then without any modifiers, it would paint. Maybe that's what I want to do. Sounds like a really fun bug. Yeah, it does. It's in the rendering system somewhere, I'm sure. You could add keyboard shortcuts at some point, then separate tools for add remove makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I could do that with keyboard shortcuts, you're right. What if I had... See, this is where I'm kind of weak. I'm not really good at user experience. So I find myself flipping between these two frequently because this panel is used to select existing entities in the game and move them or duplicate them, stuff like that. And this one is used to paint new tiles completely or delete old ones. And I'm constantly flipping between these. I'd rather this one be reserved for just constructing the tile sets to begin with, and then I'll hardly ever come back to this. Really, I want the painting part of this panel to be merged into here without having to remember a bunch of crazy key modifiers. If I had like a mode, and maybe a keyboard keys to select the mode, that would help. You found your day 2 problem? Nice, Tua, bud. Talking about advent of code, I'm assuming, and the kitty's gone. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, beast. His name is Casper. Goodbye, Casper. I have to remember his name, or the name assigned to him by humans. Cats have secret names that they will never reveal, so I don't know what his true name is. He's left his lair. He's going on the prowl. He's probably cold. He's going to sit on his heating pad, which is in the other room. You did not read the very last instruction. I think I had the same problem too, bud. I bet you if you went back to the VOD where I was working on day 2, I probably did the same thing. I didn't read the last instruction. I remember that happening for one of those days. So yeah, for this thing, I think for now what I'll do is we'll introduce painting when we're in this table, in this tab, and the painting will be the default when I click, and I'll change select to be control for now. Like how we measured the cats recognize their own name, they just don't care. Oh yeah, I've had my cat for like 14 years, so I kind of know his personality now, and I know what he responds to and what he doesn't. And he pretty much goes and does what he wants. He will respond to me if he knows that I'm interacting with him to figure out what he wants. But if he knows that I'm interacting with him and it has nothing to do with what he wants, he just ignores me. Or he'll give me the cold shoulder and he'll just walk away. Let me the first thing to do, if I want click without using the keyboard to paint, then I want this selection to be moved to when if we're holding down control. So that's in the stage.js middleware on pointer down or something, right? On pointer down. We're blurring the active element. All right, we're doing this interaction thing. So interact says, what is this thing? Oh, right. This is admin mode. Otherwise, oh, did I forget I had this in here. You could click. Oh, I remember I added this and I forgot. You can click in this world thing if you're logged in as a player, and it depends on your input context what happens. You can click on an enemy if you hit A and then click, it attacks them. So this is the one I really care about for the GM, right? The active panel, right? So we're going to interact entities, right? Right, and then is Alt held down? We do duplication. Shift is a move. Okay, so then this should be if control, right? Else if is control. And I need that to exist somewhere. Right. Const is control is pointer, event. I'm just going to guess it's CTRL key. Let's see if that does it. So pressing Q, attack automatically. That's in the list of things to do. I'm pretty sure. Repeat attack or attack selected target action. Morpheus 0 back in July said, you're pressing Q or and W repeatedly to attack. It'd be nice if you could do a repeat attack button. So I'm going to say that that noob also said that. So now you're immortalized in bug number 154. But yeah, you're correct. It should do that. I just haven't fixed this particular bug yet. So that's a user experience enhancement, really. It's not just an enhancement, it has to do with user experience, right? So it's in there. All right. Thank you for that follow. I missed who it was, but that's okay. So now when I select an entity, if I click, it doesn't do anything until I hold down Control. Okay, so that means clicking and right-clicking are freed up for other actions. So let me just add the concept of a palette here. Maybe I'll hard code it to begin with. Trying to fight him and pressing Q. Yeah, it just queued you, right? So I remember Ultima 5 had this concept where you'd have to pick a target the first time, but then if that target was still alive on your next turn and you hit attack, it put a target reticle on top of the monster, and then you could just basically hit the attack key. So if attack was A, you can just hit A and then A again, and it would just attack your last target. So you could just sit there spamming the A key until your target was dead or maybe moved out of range. So I'll probably add something like that. I'd have to add the concept of a target reticle that you have to move, which I need anyway if later I want you to be able to, with the keyboard, do ranged attacks, because you'll have to hit attack and then select your target with some kind of target reticle cursor that you'd be able to move around, right? Okay, so this is in the interact entities. Unfortunately, it's all in one huge file. Let me clear all my bookmarks out. Clear my bookmarks. Let's put a bookmark. It's in this else that we don't have yet. We're going to do painting there. In fact, let's say to do paint. And then I need to go back to where this was called, because there's an interact when we're in the tiles. This is what does painting. So we figure out what tile we're over, we figure out what depth we have selected to paint, and then this is looking to see if we're on top of a tile. If we are, then when we paint, we're updating it. Otherwise, we're adding. Okay, so I already have actions to do this stuff. That's nice. In fact, you know what I could just do? Right now, I can just go back to just call interact tiles. So I could just do that from the other place. Wouldn't that be a good default? So go back to this and just do that. So interact tiles and then just pass it all the stuff we already had. Assuming that we had all this stuff, I don't know if we do. We have world X, world Y pointer. Oh, we're missing some stuff though. We're missing this. Actually, let's just copy all the things we're going to need and paste them there. Right, and I should probably put them in alphabetical order. That would be the polite thing to do. Yeah. All right, let's see if that works as is. So now the default if we have like water selected, would be in this panel. If I click, I'm adding water. Oh, that's nice. I bet you that for a while I'm going to forget and I'm going to be clicking and then changing the background to water and say, oops. I also don't have an undo. I should probably have an undo stack concept, right? Do I have that in here? Undo. If not, let me add it. No, let's add it. Undo redo stack for world painting. This is an enhancement. Submit. And there we go. Okay, for now, I have to pick the tile I want, like fire here, and then when I'm in this, I can either pick existing ones and move them, or I can paint a new one. Actually, right-click should... yeah, there we go. So both painting and unpainting work. Okay, so then to enhance it more, I'd want to be able to pick a different selected tile here, kind of like the way I do here. What if I just like have all the tiles shown horizontally for each tile set, and I just show which one I have selected, just to start with. So I can do that without too much trouble, right? How do I show a selection? I guess I'd have a border of some kind. Okay, let's try to do this in this entities panel then. And I'm getting hungry. I only have 5 minutes left? Crap. I'm not going to be able to do this in time. What can I do in the next 4 minutes? Probably not much. Can I at least show the tiles that I could pick from there? How would I do that? Let's cheat and look at what the tiles panel does. It pulls from the graphics tile sets, so we want to do that too from here. I want entities panel to pull from tile sets also, and we'll probably also need on select tile and tile set, right? And set paint depth, we'll probably want that. So I'll want those props as well. So let's add these 3 dispatch props in the right place. So there, and there. We're not using them yet, and then I'm going to take the tile sets prop and add that. So now all the props are in place for me to show the tiles and select one, and then select the paint depth. And that's really just setting it up. The painting is already here just by if I have something selected and I click. Oh, what happened? I was on the wrong panel. Here, if I click, now I'm painting, right? So we already have the painting. It's just that I can't pick another tile until I go to that and come back. You can use the 5 minutes to prepare some things for next time. Oh, I'd rather just show the tiles here. I think I can do it. I can do something. I can do something, dang it. So I want like a div that flows to the right, and then it flows down, and then inside that ones that flow to the right, right? So, and that would be divvying up this area horizontally. Where do I do that? It's not in that huge thing. It's this entity list rows, right? No. It's in no, it's not component list either. Which one is it? It's one of these. I swear. I can look for the word actions to find it. It's this one. Okay. So it's this form here. So if I put this into a div that's divided, so div, and I really just need this to be a division horizontally. So what's the right way to do that? Div, I guess we'll make a class for it. Entities, panel, top, I don't know, for lack of a better word, display flex, and, or should I just do grid? I should just do grid. And, grid, it actually is going to be like that title bar, isn't it? And I don't need to align the items. Actually, I do need to align the items. It's align items top, right? Okay, this is where I get weak. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. And there are 2 things, and it's just fill to the... Is that right? That's not right. Maybe I do want flex. Because I can't remember... I can't remember enough of grid. Okay, let's just do flex. I know enough about flex. It's flex direction row. And then I just make that this class. And I put this form in there, and then I'm going to put another... I'll put the place... Whoop. That's my alarm to go. I'll just put a to-do here. This form is the first thing, and then we're going to have another one. To do. Yep, it's about that time. Okay, it's way over to the right. Oh, I need to change this, right? Can I combine the shrinking container with other things? I can't remember. I can try though. Let's see. Shrinking container and then entities panel. Actually, there's a better way to do this. I can just say entities panel top. Any child, right? Any direct descendant is flex 00 auto. There. So then that if I wanted that to fill the rest of it, it would be flex 1, right? So I can do, how is it? It's child, right? In CSS, nth child or something, first child. So how does that exactly work? So it's colon first child, and then is there a last child? There is. So I can do a flex 1 0 there, and then that should make this thing whole. Get all the rest of this there. That's exactly what I want. So that form takes up minimum space, and then the div there takes up the rest. And I can even add a little margin if I wanted. The way I would want to probably do that is say this not first child. Margin left, I don't know, 10 pixels, 20 pixels. And then I gave it some breathing room there so that that div has a 20 pixel margin to the left and that one does not. Okay, so I think what I'm going to end up putting there is the palette that I'm going to build from here. And the first thing I'm going to do in the palette, so this will, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be streaming Thursday. So the first thing I'm going to do Thursday is probably display all tiles in the game with rows and columns here, and then let you pick one, and then that's what we end up painting. Just like if we went there and picked it. If I then clicked the ground tile, then I would be painting ground there instead of water. And then I'll refine it so that it doesn't show me every tile in the game, just the ones we've selected to put into the palette. And then I need to figure out how I do that. Maybe one way would be there's a checkbox in this another column here to select it for the current palette. And then I probably want a way in here to like remove things from the palette. I don't know if I would do that with dragging or just right-clicking on them or something. I don't know. But anyway, I'll figure that out next time. So I'll be back in 2 days. I don't stream tomorrow because of meetings, but I'll be back on Thursday. So I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'm going to go raid somebody. Let's find out who is streaming still. Following. Who am I following that's still streaming? Live. Oh, thank you. You too, Toulouse. Adam's still going, but he's probably near the end of his stream. Oh Bother. I haven't rated Oh Bother in a while. You guys like Oh Bother? He's working on Arduinos today. Yeah, we can do that. So this will be something different. Let me click on his channel and make sure there is no ad. Okay. So we're going to be... Yeah, I rated Adam yesterday. Let's rate someone else today. I'm going to rate Oh Bother. So he's a maker. He is building physical things in his lab and sometimes programming. And looks like he's doing a little bit of programming. It's getting two Arduino things to talk to each other. Hardware first, and I guess software second. So his stream is unique in that if you subscribe to his channel, you get your name burned into a piece of wood with a laser. So he's a tinker. I guess you could say that. I like to think of it as maker, but tinker works too. So he's streaming for 6 hours. He's at 4.5 hours, so we'll just enhance his stream, shall we? So I'm going to go hit that raid. Oh, bother. Actually, it's already on my list. There we go. I'm starting the raid. Here we go. So hope you have a pleasant rest of your day. I hope you enjoy Oh Bother stream. I'm pretty sure you will. And I hope to see you in 2 days. So, see ya. Bye.